Hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? Took me a bit longer than I wanted to, but here I am. Oh man, I've been having some big fucking struggles recently trying to fall asleep, right? And like sleeping in general. And then today I got woken up by, I guess, like some of our neighbors or something. From what my dad told me later, just fucking shouting at each other outside, like big fucking arguments, screaming, like, God, about to like, they were about to fucking throw hands outside and everything. Like, come on. Sure, it was like fucking, what was it, like 6 p.m? So I can't really, like, other people want to try to sleep at that time, but like, still, holy fuck. That was right outside my window as well. Like, they, right in front of my window, just shout at each other like crazy. That was a lot of fun. Oh well. Me. Go. Check a few more things. This time, I also don't have an energy drink. I immediately just made myself a cup of tea with honey. I don't know. It's been rough, so I might just need that. But yeah, I've been like going out a lot recently. Just I was at the waffle factory close to my house, which was fun. And then I got shat on by a bird, which was even more fun. I would get, I guess. One time I go out and touch grass and I immediately regret it. It was something. But at least we're here now. We're ready for the book, I hope. Everybody's ready. And I'll start here in a second. Just gonna check some things. Man, this book has been so good. Now that we're at a part as well where it's unfamiliar for me as well, and not just like trying to catch up. Oh my god, I'm just as invested as you guys are, and it's a lot of fun. I don't know how it'll end, but I'm down for the ride. I'm here for it, wherever it goes. Even if it fucking goes crumbling down and jumping off a cliff or something, I don't know. I'm here for it. Oh man. Hey Gurgle, how's it going? Let me just, ooh, I gotta sit right up here. God, I need a different chair for these streams because this chair is really uncomfortable. But it's the one at this desk here. So, yeah. Alright. Well, probably, depending on how long we do and how I feel, we might do some Genshin afterwards. Because of the Abyss reset, so we have a little bit of content we can do. We'll see how much. Oh, shit, wait. 1 second, guys. Alright, there we go. I'm back. I just had like a little drop of honey on my mug. Yo, let's go, Gurgle. Okay, so I think last we left off was they're about to go on a trip on a boat to find that like black market whatever thing for what was it? The thing that can like transfer magic or something. Forgot the name for it, but there was something about like a device that can seal magic inside of it or something, and they're trying to gonna use it against the Sauron. Or something like that. Oh. He's so good, let's go. We're at chapter 7 now, which is called Setting Sail. All right. Mug is hot. No wonder Lila hated goodbyes, thought Kel. It would have been so much easier to simply go. His brother's heart still echoed in his chest as he descended the inner palace stairs, but the threads between them slackened a little with every step. What would it feel like when they are cities apart? When days and leagues stretch between them? Would he still know Rai's heart? The air went suddenly cold around him, and Kel looked up to find Emira Maresh barring his path. Of course, it had been too simple. After all this, the king would grant him leave, but the queen would not. 1 second. I think I should. Maybe. Oh no, wait, that stood out. Okay. Oh, look on mute. No more. Your Majesty, he said, expecting accusations, a rebuke. Instead, the Queen's gaze fell on him, not a glancing blow, but something soft, solid. They were a cyclone of green and gold, those eyes, like leaves caught in a fall breeze, eyes that had not held a hiss in weeks. "You're leaving then?" he said, the words caught between question and observation. Kel held his ground. "I am for now. The king has given me permission." Amira was already shaking her head, an inward gesture, as if trying to clear her own mind. There was something in her hands, a piece of fabric twisted in her grip. "It is poor luck," she said, holding out the cloth, "to leave without a piece of home." Kel stared at the offering. It was a square of crimson, the kind stitched to children's tunics, embroidered with 2 letters. K.M. Cal Maresh. He'd never seen it before, and he frowned, confused by that second initial. He'd never considered himself a Maresh. Rai's brother, yes, and once upon a time their adopted son, but never this. Never family. He wondered if it was some kind of peace offering, newly fashioned, but the fabric looked old, worn by someone else's touch. "I had it made," said Amira, fumbling in a way she rarely did, "when you first came to the palace, but then I couldn't. I don't think it was. I didn't think it was." She trailed off and tried again. "People break so easily, Cal," she said, 100 different ways, and I was afraid. But you have to understand that you are. Have always been." This time, when she trailed off, she didn't have the strength to start again. Only stood there, staring down at the swatch of cloth, thumb brushing back and forth across the letters. And he knew this was the moment to reach out or walk away. It was his choice. And it wasn't fair. He shouldn't have to choose. She should have come to him a dozen times. Should have listened, should have. But he was tired, and she was sorry. And in that moment, it was enough. "Thank you," said Kel, accepting the square of cloth. "My queen." And then, to his surprise, she reached out and placed her other hand against his face, the way she had so many times. And when he'd returned from one of his trips, a silent question in her eyes. "Are you all right?" But now the question altered. "Will we be all right?" He nodded once, leaning into her touch. "Come home," she said softly. Kel found her gaze again. "I will." He was the first to pull away, the queen's fingers slipping from his jaw to his shoulder, to his sleeve as he left. "I will come back," he thought. And for the first time in a long time, he knew it was the truth. Kel knew what he had to do next, and knew Lila wouldn't be happy about it. He headed toward the royal cells, and was nearly there when he felt the gentle smoothing of his pulse. The blanket of calm around his shoulders that came with the priest's presence. Kel's steps faltered, but didn't stop as Tieran fell in step beside him. "Hey, Shadow." The Evanescence said nothing, and the silence dragged like water around Kel's limbs. "It's not what you think," he said. "I'm not running away." "I never said you were." "I'm not doing this because I want to go," continued Kel. "I would never." He stumbled over the words. There was a time when he had. If I thought the city would be safer with me in it. "You're hoping to lure the demon away." It wasn't a question. At last, Kel's steps dragged to a stop. "What Sauron wants, Yaren. It is his nature. Holland was right about that. He wants change. He wants power. He wants whatever isn't. I made an offering, and he scorned it. Tried to claim my life instead. He doesn't want what he has. He wants to take what he doesn't. And if he chooses not to follow you, then you put the city to sleep. Kel set off again, determined. Deprive him of every puppet, every person, so that when we return with the inheritor, he has no choice but to face us. Very well, said Tieran. Is this where you tell me to be safe? Oh, said the priest. I think that time for that is gone. They walked together, Kel stopping only when he reached the door that led down the prison. He brought his hands to the wood, fingers splayed across the surface. I keep wondering, he said softly, if it was all my fault. Where does it start, Tieran? He looked up. With Holland's choice or with mine? The priest looked at him, eyes bright within his tired face, and shook his head. For once, the old man didn't seem to have an answer. That's the end of part 1. So we continue on immediately, part 2. Delilah Bart did not like horses. She'd never liked them, not when she only knew them for their snapping teeth and their flicking tails and their stomping hooves, and not when she found herself on the back of one, the night racing past so fast it blurred around her. And not now, as she watched a pair of silver-scarred guards saddle up 3 for their ride to the port. As far as she was concerned, nothing with so little brain should have so much force. Then again, she could say the same about half the tournament magicians. If you look at animals like that, said Alucard, clapping her on the shoulders, it's no wonder they hate you. Yes, well, then the feeling is mutual. He glanced around. No, Issa? My cat dislikes horses almost as much as you do, he said. I left her in the palace. God help them all. Chatter, chatter, said Jasta in Ornesian, her mane of hair pulled back beneath the traveling hood. Do you always prattle on that high tongue? Like a songbird, preened Alucard, looking around. Where's His Highness? I'm right here, said Kel, without rising to the jab, and when Lila turned toward him, she saw why. He wasn't alone. No, he snarled. Holland stood a step behind Kel, flanked by 2 guards, his hands bound in iron beneath a gray half-cloak. His eyes met hers, one a dazzling green, the other black. Delilah, he said by way of greeting. Beside her, Jasta went still as stone. Lenos turned white. Even Alucard looked uncomfortable. Kersla, growled Jasta. What is he doing here? Echoed Lila. Hal's brow furrowed. Can't leave him in the palace. Of course you can. I won't. And with those 2 words, she realized it wasn't only the palace's safety he was worried about. He comes with us. He's not a pet, he snapped. See, Kel? Said Holland evenly. I told her she wouldn't like it. Well, she's not the only one, muttered Alucard. Jasta snarled something too low and slurred for her to hear. We're wasting time, said Kel, moving to unlock Holland's manacles. Lila had a knife out before Key touched iron. He stays chained. Holland had up his cuffed hands. You do realize, Delilah, that these won't stop me? Of course not, she said with a fairer grin. But they slow you down long enough that I can. Holland sighed. As you wish, he said just before Jasta slammed her fist into his cheek. His head snapped sideways and his boots slid back a step, but he didn't fall. 1 second. All right. Jasta, called Kel as the other Antari flexed his jaw and spit a mouthful of blood into the dirt. Anyone else? Asked Holland darkly. I wouldn't mind a go, started Alucard, but Kel cut him off. Enough, he snapped, the ground rumbling faintly with the order. Alucard, since you volunteered, Holland can ride with you. Captain sulked at the assignment, even as he hauled the chained Antari up onto the horse. Try anything, he growled. And you'll kill me? Finished Holland dryly. No, said Alucard with a vicious smile. I'll let Bard have you. Leno saddled up with Jasta, this pairing just as comical, her massive frame making the sailor seem even smaller and more skeletal. He hinged forward and patted the horse's flank as Kel swung up into his own saddle. He was infuriatingly elegant on horseback, with the regal posture that only came, Lila expected, from years of practice. It was one of those moments that reminded her, as if she could ever forget, that Kel was in so many ways a prince. She made a mental note to tell him sometime, when she was next particularly cross. Come on, he said, holding out his hand. And this time when he pulled her up, he seated her before him instead of behind, one arm wrapping protectively around her waist. Don't stab me, he whispered in her ear, and she wished it were full night so no one could see the color rising in her cheeks. She cast a last look up at the palace, the dark, distorted echo stretching like a shadow at its side. What if Sauron follows us? He asked. Kel glanced back. If we're lucky, he will. You've got an odd notion of luck, said Jasta, kicking her horse into motion. Lila's own mount lurched forward beneath her. So did her stomach. This is not how I die, she told herself as in a thunder of hooves and fogging breath, the horses plunged into the night. Alright, that's the end of part 2. Oh, this tea's good. Nice. Time for part 3. It was a palace fit for a king, fit for a god. A palace of promise, potential, power. Sauron strode through the great hall of his newest creation, his steps landing soundlessly on polished stone. The floor flickered beneath each stride, grass and blossom and eyes born with every step, fading behind him like footsteps on sand. Columns rose up from the door, growing more like trees than marble pillars, their stone limbs branching up and out, flowering with dark-hued glass and fall leaves and beads of dew. And in their shining columns, he saw the world as it could be. So many possible transformations, such infinite potential. And there, at the heart of the great hall, his throne, its base throwing roots, its back surging into crown-like spires, its arms spread like an old friend waiting to be embraced. Its surface shone with an iridescent light. And as Sauron climbed the steps, mounted the platform, and took his seat, the whole palace sang with the rightness of his presence. Sauron sat at the center of this web and felt the strings of the city, the mind of each and every servant tethered to his by threads of magic. Tug there, a tremor there, thoughts carrying like movement along 1,000 lines. In each devoted life, fire burned. Some flames were dull and small, barely kindling, while others shone bright and hot, and those he summoned now called them forward from every corner of the city. He thought, "Kneel at my feet, children, and I will raise you as men, as women, as chosen." Beyond the palace walls, bridges began to bloom like ice over the river. Hands extended to usher them in. "My king," they said, rising from their tables. "My king," they said, turning from their work. Sauron smiled, savoring the echo of these words, until a new chorus interrupted them. "My king," whispered his subjects, "the bad ones are leaving." "My king," they said, "the bad ones are fleeing. The ones who dare to refuse you, the ones who dare defy you." "Hey, Aeus, how's it going?" Sauron steepled his fingers. The Antari were leaving London. "All of them?" he asked, and the echo came. "All of them, all of them, all of them." Holland's words came back to him, an unwelcome intrusion. "How will you rule without a head for your crown?" Words quickly swallowed by his clamoring servants. "Shall we chase them? Shall we stop them? Shall we drag them down? Shall we bring them back?" Sauron wrapped his fingers on the arm of the throne. The gesture made no sound. "Shall we?" "No," thought Sauron, his command rippling through the minds of thousands like a vibration along a string. He sat back in his sculpted chair, throne. "No, let them go." It was a trap. If it was a trap, he would not follow. He did not need them. He did not need their minds or their bodies. He had thousands. The first of those he'd summoned was entering the hall, a man striding toward him with a proud jaw and a head held high. He came to a stop right before the throne, knelt, dark head bowed. "Rise," commanded Sauron, and the man obeyed. "What is your name?" The man stood, broad-shouldered and shadow-eyed, a silver ring in the shape of a feather circling one thumb. "My name is Barris Emery," said the man. "How may I serve you?" Oh, that's the end of pod 4. Oh fuck! Not Alucard's brother. I mean, I know he was obviously possessed already. Damn. No, it's being used against him. How has your day been, though, Aeus? Hope you're having a good day. It's been a day, an interesting day for me, that's for sure. Barely really being able to sleep and then getting woken up by neighbors shouting at each other outside. throwing fucking hands almost. All right. Connect came into sight shortly after dark. Alucard didn't like the port, but he knew it well. For 3 years, it was as close to London as he dared to come. In many ways, it was too close. The people here knew the name Emery, had an idea of what it meant. It was here he learned to be someone else, not a nobleman, but the jaunty captain of the Night Spire. Here he first met Lenos and Strauss at a game of Sanct. Here he was reminded again and again and again of how close, how far he was from home. Every time he returned to Tanek, he saw London in the tapestries and trappings, heard it in the accents, smelled it in the air, that scent like woods in spring, and his body ached. But right now, Tanek seemed nothing like London. It was bustling in a surreal way, oblivious to the danger lurking inland. I'm gonna go. All right, Gurgle. Have a good day. The berths were filled with ships, the taverns with men and women, the greatest danger, a pickpocket or a winter chill. In the end, Sauron hadn't taken their half-hearted bait, and so the shadow of his power had ended an hour back, the weight of it lifting like the air after a storm. The strangest thing, thought Alucard, was the way it stopped. Not suddenly, but slowly, over the course of a click, the spellwork tapering so that by the end of its reach, the few people they met had no shadows in their eyes, nothing but a bad feeling, an urge to turn back. Several times they passed travelers on the road who seemed lost, when in fact they'd simply waited to the edge of the spell and stopped, repelled by a thing they couldn't name, couldn't remember. Don't say anything. Kel had warned when they'd passed the first bunch. The last thing we need is panic spreading beyond the capital. A man and woman stumbled past now, arm in arm and laughing drunkenly. Word clearly hadn't reached the port. Alucard hauled Holland down from the horse, setting him roughly on the ground. The Antari hadn't said a word since they'd left, and the silence made Alucard nervous. Bart didn't talk much either, but hers was a different kind of silent. A quiet, present, inquisitive. Holland's silence hung in the air, made Alucard want to speak just to break it. But then again, maybe it was the man's magic that set him on edge. Silver thread splintering the air like lightning. They handed the horses off to a stable hand whose eyes widened at the royal emblem emblazoned on the harness. Keep your heads down, said Kel, as the boy led the mounts away. We are hardly inconspicuous, said Holland finally, his voice like rough-hewn rock. Perhaps if you unchained me. Not likely, said Lila and Jasta, the same words overlapping in different tongues. The air had warmed a fraction despite the thickening dark, and Alucard was looking around for the source of that warmth when he heard the approach of armored boots and caught the gleam of metal. Oh, look, he said. A welcoming party. Whether it was because of the royal horses or the sight of the strange entourage, a pair of soldiers was heading straight toward them. There. The pages were clinging together. Halt! They called in Arnesian, and Holland had the sense to fold his cuffed hands beneath his cloak, but at the sight of Kel, the two men paled. One bowing deeply, the other murmuring with what might have been a blessing or a prayer too low for him to make out. Alucard rolled his eyes at the display as Cal adopted an imitation of his usual arrogance, explaining that they were here on royal business. Yes, everything was well. No, they did not need an escort. At last, the men retreated to their post, and Lila gave her own mocking bow in Kel's direction. Masvares, she said, then straightened sharply, the humor gone from her face. With a gesture that was at once casual and frighteningly quick, she freed a knife from her belt. What is it? Asked Alucard and Kel at once. Someone's been following us, she said. Cal's brow went up. You didn't think to mention that before? I could have been wrong, she said, twirling the blade in her fingers. But I'm not. Where are... Before Kel could finish, she spun and threw. The knife sang through the air, eliciting a yelp as it embedded itself into a post a few inches above the crop of brown curls threaded with gold. A boy stood, back pressed to the post and empty hands raised in immediate surrender. On his forehead was a mark in blood. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, no red and gold trim, no symbols of the House Marash emblazoned on his coat, but Alucard still recognized him from the palace. Astra, said Kel darkly. The young man ducked out from under Lila's blade. Sir, he said, dislodging the knife. What are you doing here? Tieran sent me. Kel groaned and muttered under his breath. Of course he did. Then louder. Go home. You have no business here. The boy, and he really was just a boy, in manner as well as age, straightened at that, puffing up his narrow chest. I'm your guard, sir. What is that worth if I don't guard you? You're not my guard, Hastra, said Kel. Not anymore. The boy flinched, but held his ground. Very well, sir. But if I am not a guard, then I am a priest, and my orders come from the Avanescent himself. Hastra. And he's really very hard to please, you know. Hastra. And you do owe me a favor, sir, since I did stand by you when you snuck out of the palace and entered the tournament. Alucard's head whipped around. You did what? Enough, cut in Kel, waving his hand. Hanesh, said Jasta, who had been following the conversation and didn't seem to care. Come, go, I don't care. I'd rather not stand here on display. Bad for my reputation to be seen with black-eyed princes and royal guards and nobles playing dress-up. I'm a privateer, said Alucard, affronted. Jasta only snorted and started toward the docks. Hastra hung back, his wide brown eyes still leveled expectantly at Kel. Oh, come on, said Lila. Every ship needs a pet. Kel threw up his hands. Fine, he can stay. Who are you? Demanded Alucard as they walked along the docks, passing ships of every size and color. The thought of Kel entering the tournament, his tournament, was madness. The thought that Alucard had had the chance to fight him, that maybe he had, was maddening. Who were you? It doesn't matter, said Kel. Did we fight? How could they have? Alucard would have seen the silver thread, would have known. If we had, Kel said pointedly, I would have won. Annoyance flared through Alucard. But then, he thought of Rai, the tether between the two, and anger swallowed indignation. Do you have any idea how foolish that was? How dangerous for the prince? Well, that's not that it's any of your business, said Kel. But the whole thing was Rye's idea. The two-tone gaze cut his way. I don't suppose you tried to stop Lila? Alucard glanced over his shoulder. Bard brought up the rear of the party, Holland a pace ahead of her. The other Antari was looking at the ships the way Lila had looked at the horses, with a mixture of discomfort and disdain. What's the matter? She was saying. Can't swim? Holland's lips pursed. It is a little harder with chains on. His attention went back to the boat, and Alucard understood. He recognized the look in his eyes, a wariness bordering on fear. You've never been on a ship, have you? The man didn't answer. He didn't need to. Lila let out a small, malicious laugh, as if she'd known half a thing about ships when Alucard first took her on. Here we are, said Justa, coming to a stop beside something that might, in certain places, qualify as a ship, the way some cottages might qualify as mansions. Justa patted the boat's side the way a rider might a horse's flank. Its name ran in silver stenciling along the white hull. Izhosna, the ghost. He's a bit small, said the captain. She's a bit small, but whip fast. It's small, echoed Lila dryly. The ghost was half the length of the Night Spire, with 3 short sails and a Pharaonesque hull, narrow and feather sharp. It's a skiff. It's a runner, clarified Alucard. They don't hold much, but there are a few things faster. on the open sea. It won't be a cozy ride by any stretch, but we'll reach the market quickly. Especially with 3 Antari keeping the wind in our sails. Lila looked longingly at the ships to either side, towering vessels with dark wood and gleaming sails. What about that one? She said, pointing to a proud ship 2 berths down. Alucard shook his head. It isn't ours. Oh, sorry. It could be. Justa shot her a look, and Lila rolled her eyes. Kidding, she said, even though Alucard knew she wasn't. Besides, she added, wouldn't want something too pretty. Pretty things tend to draw greedy eyes. Speaking from experience, Bard, he teased. Thank you, Justa, cut and kill. We'll bring her back in one piece. Oh, I'll be making sure of it, said the captain, striding up the boat's narrow ramp. Justa? My vessel, my rules, she said, arms akimbo. I can get you wherever you're going in half the time, and if you're on some mission to save the kingdom, well, it is my kingdom too. And I wouldn't mind having the crown on my side next time I'm in troubled waters. How do you know our motives are so honorable? Said Alucard. We could just be fleeing. You could be, she said, and then jabbing a finger at Kel. But he isn't. With that, she stomped onto the deck, and they had little choice but to follow her aboard. 3 Antari, get on aboard, sing-songed Alucard, as if it were the beginning of a tavern joke. He had the added delight of seeing both Kel and Holland try to balance as the deck bobbed under the sudden weight. One looked uncomfortable, the other ill, and Alucard could have assured them that it wouldn't be so bad once they were out at sea. But he was feeling generous. Hado! Called Justa, and a young girl's head appeared above a stack of crates, her black hair pulled into a messy bun. Casero! She swung up onto the crate, legs dangling over the edge. You're back early. I have some cargo, said Jasta. Sha! said Hano delightedly. There was a thud and a muffled curse from somewhere on board, and a moment later an old man shuffled out from behind another crate, rubbing his head. His back was bent like a hook, his skin dark and his eyes a milky white. Solase, he mumbled, and Alucard couldn't tell if he was apologizing to them or the crates he'd thudded into. That's Elo, said Jasta, nodding at the blind man. Where's the rest of your crew? Asked Kel, looking around. Oh, this is it, said Jasta. You let a little girl and a blind man guard a ship full of stolen merchandise, said Alucard. Hano giggled and held up a purse. Alucard's purse. A moment later, Elo held up a blade. It was Kel's. The magician flicked his fingers and the blade snapped hilt first back into his hand, a display that earned him an approving clap from the girl. Alucard reclaimed his purse with a smaller flourish, and went so far as to let the leather retie itself onto his belt. Lila patted herself down, making sure she still had all her knives, and smiled in satisfaction. The map, prompted Jasta. Alucard handed it over. The captain unfurled the paper. Clicking her tongue. Going waters, then, he said. It was no surprise to anyone that Jasta, given her particular interests, was familiar with the market. What's in these boxes? Asked Kel, resting a hand on one lid. A little this, a little that, said the captain. Nothing that will bite. Hastra and Lenos were already unwinding the ropes, the young guard cheerfully following the sailor's lead. Why are you in chains? Asked Hano. Alucard hadn't seen the girl hop down from her perch, but now she stood directly. Oh wait, fucking god. Now she stood directly in front of Holland, hands on her hips in the mimic of Jasta's own stance, her black bun coming roughly to the Antari's ribs. Did you do a bad thing? Hano, called Jasta, and the girl flitted away again without waiting for an answer. The boat came unmoored, rocking beneath them. Bard smiled, and Alucard felt his balance shift and then return. Holland, meanwhile, tipped his head back and drew a deep, steadying breath, eyes up to the sky as if that would keep him from being ill. Come on, said Kel, taking the other Antari's arm. Let's find the hold. I don't like that one, said Alucard as Bart came to stand at his side. Which one? She asked dryly, but she cut him a glance. I must have seen something in his face because she sobered. What do you see when you look at Holland? Alucard drew in a breath and blew it out in a cloud. This is what magic looks like, he said, twirling his fingers through the plume. Instead of dispersing, the pale air twisted and coiled into thin ribbons of mist against the seamless stretch of night and sea. Holland's magic is... He splayed his fingers, and the ribbons of fog splintered, frayed. He isn't weaker for it. If anything, his light is brighter than yours or Kel's. But the light is uneven, unsteady. The lines all broken, reformed, like bones that didn't set. It's unnatural, you guessed. Dangerous. Splendid, she said, her arms against the cold. A yawn escaped like a silent snarl through clenched teeth. Get some rest, he said. I will, said Bart, but she didn't move. Alucard turned automatically toward the wheel before remembering he wasn't the captain of the ship. He hesitated, like a man who's gone through a door to fetch something, only to forget what he came for. At last, He went to help Lenos with the sails, leaving Bart at the ship's rail. When he looked back 10, 15, 20 minutes later, she was still there, eyes trained on the line where water met sky. And that's the end of part 4. All right, give me a second. I don't want to let my tea get too cold. I say that, but it's already cold. Oh god. God damn. All right. So again, I'm thinking, depending on how long we do today, I might do some Genshin afterwards because of the Abyss reset, and we can try and clear Abyss 36 star again. It's gonna be fun. Okay, 1 second. I'll be back in a moment. All right, I'm back. Let's continue with part 5 of chapter 7. Rai rode out as soon as they were gone. There were too many souls to find, and the thought of staying in the palace another minute made him want to scream. Soon, the dark would be upon them, upon him, the fall of night and the confinement. But for now, there was still light, still time. He took 2 men, both silvers, and set out into the city, trying to keep his attention from drifting to the eerie palace floating next to his. A strange procession of men and women climbing its steps, trying to keep himself from dwelling on the strange black substance that turned stretches of road into glossy, ice-like streaks, and climbed bits of wall like ivy or frost. Magic overwhelming nature. He found a couple hunkered down in the back of their house, too afraid to leave. A girl wandering, dazed and coated in the ash of someone else. Family or friend or stranger, she wouldn't say. On the 3rd trip, one of the guards came galloping toward him. "Your Highness!" called the man, blood marks smeared with the sweat on his brow as he reined in his horse. "There's something you need to see." Oh god, the bots are already starting. Nuh-uh. Bye-bye. Already starting with the cheap viewer bots. You know what? Give me a moment really quick. Because it's getting annoying that they're just getting caught up like that. Let me go into the settings really quick. Moderation. Automat rule set. Automat is off. Alright, can I... Messages that are highly likely to be detected by moderators or lead to timeouts and bans will be held for review. No filtering. Okay. Save. So now if I did it right, if there's gonna be another bot, my bot should be able to take care of that now. We'll have to see when more come in, I guess. They were in a tavern hall. 24 men, all dressed in the gold and red of the royal guard, and all sick, all dying. Rai knew each and every one, by face if not by name. Isra had said that some of them were missing, that the blood marks had failed. They hadn't vanished. They were here. Your Highness, wait! Called the Silver as Rai plunged forward into the hall. But he was not afraid of the smoke or the sickness. Someone had pushed the tables and chairs out of the way, cleared the space. And now his father's men, his men, were lying on the floor in rows, spaces here and there where a few had risen up or fallen forever. Their armor had been stripped off and set aside, propped like a gallery of hollow spectators along the walls, as on the floor the guards sweated and writhed and fought demons he couldn't see, the way Alucard had aboard the spire. Their veins stood out black against their throats, and the whole hall smelled vaguely of burning skin as the magic scorched its way through them. The air was thick with something like dust. Ash, realized Rai. All that was left of those who'd burned. One man was slumped against the wall by the doors, sweat sheening his face, the sickness just beginning to set in. His beard was trimmed short, his hair streaked with gray, and Rai recognized him at once. Talners, a man who'd served his father before he was king, a man assigned to serve Rai. He'd seen the guard this morning in the palace, safe and well within the wards. What have you done? He asked, grabbing the guard by the collar. Why did you leave the palace? The man's vision slid in and out of focus. Your Majesty, he rasped. Trapped in a fever's hold, he mistook Rai for his father. We are the royal guard. We do not hide. We are not strong enough. Brave the dark. We do not deserve to serve. He broke off, racked by a sudden, violent chill. You fool, snapped Rai, even as he eased Talners back into his chair and pulled the man's coat close around his shivering form. Rai turned on the room of dying guards, raking an ash-slicked hand through his hair, feeling furious, helpless. He couldn't save these men, only watch as they fought, failed, and died. We are the royal guard, murmured the man on the floor. We are the royal guard, echoed two more, taking it up as a chant against whatever darkness fought to take in. Rai wanted to yell, curse, but he couldn't, because he knew the things he had done in the name of strength, knew what he was doing even now, walking the cursed streets, combing the poisoned fog, knew that even if Kel's magic hadn't shielded him, he would have gone again and again for his city, his people. And so Rai did what he had done for Alucard on the spire floor. He did the only thing he could. He stayed. Maxime Maresh knew the value of a single Antari. He had stood before the windows and watched 3 ride away from the palace, the city, the monster poisoning its heart. He had weighed the odds, known it was the right decision, the strategy with the highest odds, and he could not help but feel that his best weapons were suddenly out of reach. Worse, that he had loosened his grip, let them fall, and now stood facing a foe without a blade. His own wasn't ready, it was still being forged. Maxime's reflection hung suspended in the glass. He did not look well, he felt worse. One hand rested against the window, shadows contouring through his fingers in a ghostly mimic, a morbid echo. You let him leave, said a gentle voice, and the Aven Essen. Oh my god, the pages. Stop sticking together. Ah. And the Aven Essen materialized in the glass behind him, a specter in white. I did, said Maxime. He had seen his son's body on the bed, chest still, cheeks hollow, skin gray. The image was burned like light against his eyes, an image he would never forget. And he understood, now more than ever, that Kel's life was Rye's, and if he could not guard it himself, he would see it sent away. I tried to stop Kel once. It was a mistake. Might have stayed this time, said Tieran carefully, if you'd asked instead of ordered. Perhaps. Maxime's hand fell away from the glass. But the city is no longer safe. The priest's blue eyes were piercing. The world might prove no safer. I cannot do anything about the dangers in the world, Tieran, but I can do something about the monster here in London. He began to cross the room, and made it 3 steps before it tipped violently beneath him. For a terrible instant his vision dimmed, and he thought he would fall. Your Majesty, said Tieran, catching his arm. Beneath his tunic the fresh line of cuts ached, the wounds deep, flesh and blood carved away, a necessary sacrifice. I'm well, he lied, pulling free. Tieran gave him a scornful look, and he regretted showing the priest his progress. I cannot stop you, Maxime, said Tieran. But this kind of magic has consequences. When will the sleeping spell be ready? You're not careful. When? It's difficult to make such a spell. Harder still to stretch it over a city. The very nature of it toes the line of the obscene. To put a body and mind to rest is still a manipulation, an exertion of one's will over. When? Priest sighed. Another day, maybe 2. Maxime straightened and nodded. They would last that long. They had to. When he began to walk again, the ground held firm beneath his feet. Majesty? Go finish your own spell, Tieran, and let me finish mine. It's in part 5. So onward to part 6. By the time Rye returned to the palace, the light was gone and his armor was painted gray with ash. More than half of the men in the hall had died. The surviving few now marched in his wake. Helms beneath their arms, faces gaunt from fever, and lit by lines of silver that trailed like tears down their cheeks. Rye climbed the front steps in exhausted silence. The silvered guards stationed at the palace door said nothing, and he wondered if they'd known. They had to have known, letting so many of their own pass through into the fog. They wouldn't meet their prince's gaze, but they met one another's, exchanging a single nod that might have been pride or solidarity, or something else Rye couldn't read. The second guard, Viss, was standing in the front hall, clearly waiting for word of Talmers. Rai shook his head and pushed past him, past everyone, heading for royal baths, needing to be clean. But as he walked, his armor seemed to tighten around him, cutting into his throat, binding his ribs. Couldn't breathe, and for an instant, he thought of the river, of Kel trapped beneath the surface, while he'd gasped for the air above. This wasn't an echo of his brother's suffering. His own chest was heaving itself against the armor plate, his own heart pounding, his own lungs coated with the ash of dead men. He had to be rid of it. "Your Highness," said Vis as he fought the strip of the armor. The pieces tumbled to the floor, clanging and sending up plumes of dust. But his chest was still lurching, and his stomach too, and he barely reached the nearest basin before he was sick. He clutched the edges of the bowl, dragging in ragged breaths as his heart finally slowed. Vis stood nearby, holding the discarded helmet in his hands. "It's been a long day," said Rai shakily, and Vis didn't ask what was wrong, didn't say anything, and for that, Rai was grateful. He wiped his mouth with a shaking head, straightened, and continued toward the royal baths. He was already unbuttoning his tunic when he reached the doors and saw that the room beyond wasn't empty. 2 servants draped in silver and green stood along the far wall, and Cora, perched on the stone rim of the large bath, sat on the floor, dipping a comb into the water and running it through her long, loose hair. The Vescan princess was wearing only a robe, open at the waist, and Rai knew her people weren't prudish when it came to bodies. But still, he blushed at the sight of so much fair skin. His shirt still half-buttoned, his hands slid back to his sides. Cora's blue eyes drifted up. "Masvares," she said in hot Indonesian. "No cha, not cha," he responded hoarsely in Vescan. The comb came to rest in her lap as she took in the ash-streaked face. "You want me to go?" He honestly didn't know. After hours of holding his head up, of being strong while other men fought and died, he couldn't put on another show. Couldn't pretend that everything was alright. But the thought of being alone with his thoughts, with the shadows, not the ones outside the palace walls, but the ones that came for him at night. Cora was starting to raise when he said, "Tak." "Don't." She sank back to her knees as 2 of his own servants came forward and began to undress him with quick, efficient motions. He expected Cora to look away, but she watched steadily, a curious light in her eyes as they freed the last of his armor, unlaced his boots, unfastened the buttons at cuff and collar with hands steadier than his. The servants peeled away the tunic, exposing his bare, dark chest, smooth except for the line at his ribs, the swirling scar over his heart. "Clean the armor," he said softly. "Burn the cloth." Rai stepped forward then, a silent command that he'd see to the rest himself. He left his trousers on and padded barefoot straight down the beautiful inlaid steps and into the bath. The warm water fogged around him, a clouded train of ash in his wake. He waded to the center of the bath and went under, folding to his knees on the basin floor. His body tried to rise, but he forced all the air from his lungs and dug his fingertips into the grate at the bath floor and held on until it hurt, until the water smoothed around him and the world began to tunnel and no more ash came off his skin. And when at last he rose, breaking the surface with a ragged gasp, Cora was there, robe discarded on the edge of the bath, her long blonde hair held up by some deft motion of the comb. Her hands floated from the surface of the bath like lilies. Can I help? She asked, and before he could answer, she was kissing him, her fingertips brushing his hips beneath the water. Heat flared through him, simple and physical, and Rye fought to keep his senses as the girl's hands caused the laces of his trousers and began to drag them loose. Hey, yo, where's this going now? Hello? I thought this is a book about magic. Hello? I thought you had a fondness for my brother, he rasped. Cora flashed a mischievous smile. I have a fondness for many things, she said, pulling him close again. Her hand slid over him, and he felt himself rising as she pressed into him. Her mouth soft and searching against his, and part of Rye wanted to let her, to take her. To lose himself the way he had so many times after Alucard left. To hold off the shadows and the nightmares with the simple, welcome distraction of another body. Oh my god, where's this going? His hands drifted up to her shoulders. Talk, he said, easing her back. Her cheeks colored, hurt crossing her face before indignation. You do not want me. No, he said gently, not like this. Her gaze flicked down to the place where her fingers still rested against him, her expression coy. Your body and your mind seem to disagree, my prince. Rye flushed and took a step back through the water. I'm sorry. He continued to retreat until his back hit the stone side of the bath. He sank into a bench. The princess sighed, letting her arms drift absently through the water in a childlike way, as if those fingers hadn't just been questing deftly into his skin, across his skin. So it's true, she mused. What they say about you? Rye tensed. He had heard most of the rumors, and all of the truths. Heard men speak about his lack of powers, about whether he deserved to be king, about who shared his bed and who didn't. But still, he forced himself to ask, what do they say, Cora? She drifted toward him, wisps of blonde hair escaping her bun in the bath's heat, and came to rest beside him on the bench, legs tucked up beneath her. She crossed her arms on the edge of the bath and leaned her head on top. And just like that, she seemed to shed the last of her seduction and became a girl again. They say, Raimaresh, that your heart is taken. He tried to speak, but he didn't know what to say. It's complicated, he managed. Of course it is. Cora trailed her fingers through the water. I was in love once, she added, as if it were an afterthought. His name was Vic. I loved him the way the moon loves the stars. That is what we say when a person fills the world with light. What happened? Her pale blue eyes drifted up. You are the sole heir to your throne, he said. But I am one of 7. Love is not enough. The way she said it, as if it were a simple, immutable truth, made his eyes burn, his throat tighten. He thought of Alucard, not the way he'd been when Rye sent him away, or even as he was on the Banner Night, but the Alucard who'd lingered in his bed the first summers. Lips playing against his skin as he whispered the words, I love you. Cora's fingers stilled, splaying on the water's surface, and Rye noticed the deep scratches circling her wrist, the bruised skin. She caught him looking and flicked her hand, a motion of dismissal. My brother has a temper, he said absently. Sometimes he forgets his strength. And then, a small defiant smile. He always forgets mine. Does it hurt? It is nothing that won't heal. She shifted. Your scars are far more interesting. Rai's fingers went to the mark over his heart, but he said nothing, and she asked nothing, and they settled into an easy quiet, steam rising in tendrils around them, the patterns swirling in the mist. Rai felt his mind drifting to shadows and dying men, to blades between ribs and cold, dark places slick with blood. And beyond the silence, thick as cotton, heavy as stone. Do you have the gift? Rai blinked, the visions dissolving back into the bath. What gift? Cora's fingers curled through the steam. In my country, there are those who look into the fog and see things that are not there. Things that haven't happened yet. Just now you looked like you were seeing something. Not seeing, said Rai. Just remembering. They sat for ages in the bath, eager to leave neither the warmth nor the company. They perched side by side on the stone bench at the basin's edge, or on the cooler tile of its rim, and spoke, not about the past or their respective scars. Instead, they shared the present. Rai told her about the city beyond the walls, about the curse that had cast over London, its strange and spreading transmutation, about the fallen and the silvers. And Cora told him about the claustrophobic palace with its maddening nobles, the gallery where they gathered to worry, the corners where they huddled to whisper. Cora had the kind of voice that rang through a room. When she spoke softly, there was a music to it, a melody they found lulling. She wove stories about this lord and that lady, calling them by their clothes. And she didn't always know their names. She didn't always know their names. She spoke of the magicians too, with their tempers and their egos, recounted whole conversations without a stutter or a stop. Cora, it seemed, had a mind like a gem, sharp and bright, and buried beneath childish airs. He knew why she did it. It was the same reason he played a rake as much as a royal. It was easier, sometimes, to be underestimated, discounted, dismissed. And then he actually did it, she was saying. Swallowed a glass of wine and lit a spark, and poof, burned half his beard off. Rai laughed. It felt easy and wrong, and so very needed. And Cora shook her head. Never dare a Veskin. It turns stupid. Kel said he had to knock one of your magicians to keep her from charging into the fog. Cora cocked her head. I haven't seen your brother all day. Where has he gone? Rai leaned his head back against the tiles to find help. He's not in the palace. He's not in the city. Oh, she said thoughtfully, and then her smile was back, lazy on her lips. What about this? She asked, producing Rai's royal pin. Oh. He shot upright. Where did you get that? I was in your trouser pocket. He reached for it, and she pulled playfully out of reach. Give it back, he demanded. And she must have heard the warning in his voice, the sudden, shocking cold of the command, because she didn't resist, didn't play any games. Rai's hand closed over the water-warmed metal. It's late, he said, rising out of the bath. I should go. I didn't mean to upset you, she said, looking genuinely hurt. He ran a hand through the damp curls. You didn't. He lied as a pair of servants appeared, wrapping a robe around his bare shoulders. Anger burned through him, but only at himself for letting his guard slip, letting his focus drift. He should have Law left long ago, but he hadn't wanted to face the shadows that came with sleep. Now, his body ached, his mind blurring with fatigue. It's been a long day and I'm tired. Sadness washed across Cora's face. Rye, he mewed. It's only a game. I wouldn't have kept it. He knelt on the bath's tiled edge, tipped her chin, and kissed her once on the forehead. I know, he said. He left her sitting alone in the bath. Outside, Viz was slumped into a chair, but very weary but awake. I'm sorry, said Rye as the guard rose beside him. You shouldn't have waited, or I shouldn't have stayed. It's all right, sir, said the man groggily, falling into step behind him. The palace had gone quiet around them, only the murmur of the guards on duty filling the air as Rye climbed the stairs, pausing outside Kel's room while remembering he wasn't there. His own chamber stood empty, the lamps lit low, casting long shadows on every surface. A collection of tonics glittered on the sideboard. Garen's concoctions for nights when it got bad, but the warmth of the bath still clung to his limbs, and dawn was only a few hours away. So Rye set his pen on the table and fell into the bed, only to be assaulted by a ball of white fur. Alucard's cat had been sleeping on his pillow and gave him an indignant chirp when Rye landed on the sheets. He didn't have the energy to evict the cat. Violet eyes were daring him to try, so Rye slumped back, content to share the space. He threw an arm over his eyes and was surprised to feel the soft weight of a paw prodding his arm before curling up against his side. He slid his fingers absently through the creature's fur, letting the soft rumble of its purr and the faint lingering scent of the captain, all sea breeze and summer wine, pull him down into sleep. It's the end of part 6. Give me a moment. I need to check on something. I'll be back in a moment. All right, I'm back. Sorry. You need your noise. You get your noise back here in a second. All right. I'm here. Don't worry. Your noise will be back. Just had to clean something up real quick and also grab some water. Mm. Do, 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 do. Man, I really hope with the Abyss reset coming up though that we get like a new lineup, because oh my fucking god. This current lineup is a pain. We shall see if I can clear the new Abyss. Get 36 stars again. Or not. But I think it resets in like 4 hours at this point. 3 or 4 hours. Or 5, I don't know. So we still got a bunch of reading we can do before Abyss. All right. Banners for 2 hours, because that's how you make me stop bitch about. Wait, did you censor yourself, or did like Automata something kind of censor the shit? I don't know. This I did. You don't have to. You don't have to. I was just. All right. I mean, once I'm on Genshin, you could bitch about it, I guess. I don't care. Doesn't say R18. Oh yeah, true. But usually it should. It usually is. I think it is set to 18 plus anyway. I don't know. Oh, no. I mean, I have the mature language tag, I guess, but yeah. And that I'm swamped in my calculations if I should pull her and how it will affect my Mavuika pull. Well, I'm still not sure if we get Mavuika in 5.2 or 5.3. If we get her 5.2, you have all of, after you get Raiden, you have all of the rest of the update and the entire next update to save. In about like a week or two, like in about like 10 days or something, we will get the 1600 primos through mail. We get 400 every day for 4 days for the anniversary. So that's another 10 pull worth of primo gems you get during the Raiden banner. But yeah, I'm not sure if Mavuika will come out 5.2 or 5.3. That we will probably find out towards the end of the Raiden banner. Like toward the end of this update, we will know if Mavuika will come out 5.2. Because because Genshin is probably going to do the drip marketing like they usually do. It can. I'm not sure how close to release they always do that. Let me see something. Have there already been? Oh, those are the 5.1 banner. It's 4.2, not 5.2. Didn't we just have a Wanderer rerun recently? Because apparently one leak here says that we're getting Venti and Wanderer. I feel like we just had Wanderer recently. Potential banners. Hey Lily. Potential banners, Chaska, Wanderer, Venti. Okay. I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess if we get Chaska in 5.2, then 5.3 will be Mavuika, but I don't know. I mean, then again, you definitely have all of 5.1 Oasis, because we're still in 5.0. You have all of 5.1. Because that's Shilon and Chiori, Nahida, and Utao. Yeah, she will be in 5.1. She will be next update during Shilonen. Apparently. So we're getting like a Nahida rerun, a Hutao rerun, and a Chiori rerun, and then Shilonen as well. How you doing though, Lily? I hope you're having a good day. But oh well. You'll probably see me play her. If I get her. Because I'm still not guaranteed to get her at this point. I have like 50 pulls saved, and I'm like 30 or 40 into pity. So I'm guaranteed at least one 5-star. But I am also on a 50-50 because I just got Emily. So yeah, there's always still the possibility that I lose my 50-50 and I might not get Shilonen. But I also want to try and get the weapon. To be fair with the weapon though, I do have I am at like 60 pity or something, so like 110 pull should give me a 5-star weapon. But again, it's only like I think a 37% chance I get the weapon I want. Because of how the weapon banner works. But yeah, so we shall see how that goes. I'm still gonna save up everything that I get now. So like all my dailies, the Abyss reset now should be like 600 primos again or something. Then, well, the 10 pull we get through the mail from the anniversary. There should be like a few more events coming. Like 1 or 2 more events this update. And then, well, the big event next update and everything. So there should still be a chance that I can at least get Shilonen. I don't know about the weapon. Otherwise, I might have to go for the Natlan craftable sword for her. Or I put a Cinnabon spindle on her and have my Albedo sitting on nothing. I don't know. Using Catalyst? No, Shilonen is a sword. She's Geo sword. Nahida is Catalyst. Shilonen is a sword. Jade Cutter hasn't rerun in 2 years. Yeah, because I think it wouldn't it rerun like with I don't know. It came out with Kuching, I think. So I'm not sure. Home now. Let's go. Ning is still the sole Geo Catalyst? I think so, yeah. Yeah, we have Goro, who's bow. Albedo is sword. Noelle and Ito are claymore. Navia is claymore. Yunjin is polearm. Traveler is sword. Zhongli is polearm. He actually does damage now. Let's go. Yeah, Chiori is also a sword. So yeah, Ningguang is still the only polearm, the only Geo Catalyst, I guess. Shilonen's sword looks so fucking cool though, especially when you ascend it. It's gonna have like an equalizer effect in it and makes like little like EDM sounds. So cool. I really want it. And it's also just broken for Shilonen with its effects and everything. It's so good. My bestie to play. Ooh, let's go. They both enjoyed it. I'm happy. That's great. Oh, yeah. Let's go, Slothy. All right, we are how much longer is this chapter now? Okay, this part is only like 2 pages. Part 8 is like 4 pages. Yeah, we're almost done with chapter 6, 7, chapter 7. So you gotta go eat dinner. All right. Enjoy your food, Slothy. Love you too. Hey, Abby. You gotta show me, Aeus, at some point what your Ning can do then. Oh, Ash says hi. Hey, Ash. All right, let's go back. We're almost done with chapter 7, so. There was a moment when a ship first put out to sea, when the land fell away and the world stretched wide. Going grocery shopping? Ooh. Have fun. Nothing but water and sky and freedom. It was Lila's favorite time, when anything could happen and nothing yet had. She stood on the deck of the Ghost as Tanek parted around them. And a wild night opened its arms. As she finally went below, Jasta was waiting at the base of the stairs. Avon, said Lila casually. Avon, rumbled Jasta. It was a narrow hall, and she had to sidestep the captain in order to get by. She was halfway past when Jasta's hand shot out and closed around her throat. Lila's feet left the floor, and then she was hanging, pinned roughly against the wall. She scrambled for purchase, too stunned to summon magic or reach her blade. By the time she finally freed the one she kept strapped to her ribs, the captain's hand had withdrawn, and Lila was sagging against the wall. One leg buckled before she managed to catch herself. What the ever-living hell was that for? Justice just stood there, looking down at Lila, as she hadn't just tried to strangle her. That, said the captain, was for insulting my ship. You've got to be kidding me, she snarled. Justice simply shrugged. That was a warning. Next time, I throw you over. With that, the captain held out her hand. It seemed a bad idea to take it, but a worse idea to refuse. Before Lila could decide, Jasta reached down and hauled her upright, gave her a sturdy pat on the back, and walked away, whistling as she went. Lila watched the woman go, rocked by the sudden violence, the fact that she hadn't seen it coming. She holstered her blade with the shaking fingers, and went to find Kel. He was in the first cabin on the left. Well, this is cozy, she said, standing in the doorway. The cabin was half the size of a closet, and about as welcoming. With just enough space for a single cot, it reminded Lila a bit too much of the makeshift coffin she'd been buried in by a bit of Pharaoh during the tournament. Kel was sitting on the cot, turning a royal pin over in his fingers. When he saw her, he tucked it in his pocket. Room for another? She asked, feeling like a fool even as she said it. There were only 4 cabins, and one was being used as a cell. I think we can make do, said Kel, rising to his feet. But if you'd rather... He took a step toward the door, as if to go. She didn't want him to. Stay, she said. There it was. that flickering smile like an ember, coaxed with every breath. All right. A single lantern hung from the ceiling, and Kel snapped his fingers, pale fire dancing above his thumb as he reached up to light the wick. Lila turned in a careful circle, surveying the cubby. A bit smaller than your usual accommodations, Mazvares. Don't call me that, he said, pulling her back toward him. And she was about to say it again, just to tease him, when she saw the look in his eyes and relented, running her hands along his coat. All right. He pulled her close, brushing his thumb against her cheek, and she knew he was looking at her eye, the spiral of fractured glass. Really didn't notice? Color spread across his fair cheeks, and she wondered, absently, if his skin freckled in the summer. I don't suppose you'd believe me if I'd say I was distracted by your charm. Lila let out a low, sharp laugh. My knives, perhaps. My quick fingers. Not my charm. Wit, then. Power. She flashed a wicked smile. Go on. I was distracted by everything about you, Lila. Still am. You're maddening, infuriating, incredible. She'd been teasing, but he clearly wasn't. Everything about him, the set of his mouth, the crease in his brow, the intensity in that blue eye, was dead serious. I have never known what to make of you. Not since the day we met, and it terrifies me. You terrify me. He cupped her face in both hands. And the idea of you walking away again, vanishing from my life, that terrifies me most of all. Her heart was racing, banging out at the same old song, run, run, run. But she was tired of running, of letting things go before she had the chance to lose them. She pulled Kel closer. Next time I walk away, she whispered into his skin, come with me. She let her gaze drift up to his throat, his jaw, his lips. When all this is over, when the Sauron is gone and we've saved the world again, and everyone else gets their happily ever after, come with me. Lila, he said, and there was so much sadness in his voice. She suddenly realized she didn't want to hear his answer, didn't want to think of all the ways their stories could end, of the chance that none of them would make it out alive, intact. She didn't want to think beyond this abode, this moment. So she kissed him, deeply, and whatever he was going to say, it died on his lips as they met hers. And that's the end of part 7. On to part 8. Holland sat on the cot with his back against the cabin wall. Beyond the wooden boards, the sea splashed against the ship's hull, and the rocking of the floor beneath him made him dizzy every time he moved. The iron cuff around Holland's wrist wasn't helping. The manacle's been spelled to dampen magic. The effect, like a wet cloth over a fire. Not enough to douse the flame, but enough to make it smoke, like a cloud smothering his senses. He was kept off balance for the second cuff, by the second cuff, no longer around his wrist, but clamped to a hook in the cabin wall. And worse, he wasn't alone. Alucard Amory was leaning in the doorway with a book in one hand and a glass of wine in the other. The thought of both made Holland ill. And every now and then, his dark blue eyes flicked up, as if to make sure the Antari was still there, safely tethered to the wall. Holland's head ached. His mouth was dry. He wanted air. Not the stale air of the cabin cell, but the fresh air above, whistling across the deck. If you set me free, he said, I could help propel the ship. Alucard licked his thumb and turned the page. If I set you free, you could kill us all. I could do that from here, said Holland casually. Words that do not help your cause, said the captain. A small window was embedded in the wall above Holland's head. You could at least open that, he said. Give us both some air. Alucard looked at him long and hard before finally tucking the book under his arm. He downed the last of the wine, set the empty glass on the ground, and came forward, leaning over him to unlock the hatch. A gust of cold air spilled in, and Holland filled his lungs as a spray of water sloshed against the hole and through the open window, spilling into the cabin. Holland braced for the icy spray, but it never hit him. With a flick of his wrist and a murmur of words, the water sprang up, circling around Alucard's fingers, once before hardening into a thin but vicious blade. His hands tightened on the hilt as he brought the knife's ice edge to rest against Holland's throat. He swallowed, testing the blade's bite as he met Alucard's gaze. It would be a foolish thing, he said slowly, to draw my blood. Flexing his wrist, Holland felt the splinter of wood he'd slipped under the manacle, point digging into the base of his palm. It wouldn't take much pressure. A drop, a word, and the cuffs would melt away, but it wouldn't set him free. Alucard's smile sharpened, and the knife dissolved back into a ribbon of water dancing in the air around him. Just remember something, Antari, he said, twirling his fingers into water with them. If this ship sinks, you will sink with it. Alucard straightened, shooing the sea spray back and out the open window. Any other requests? He asked, the picture of hospitality. No, said Holland coolly. You've already done so much. Alucard cracked an icy smile and opened his book back again, obviously content with his post. And now we're getting a little bit more backstory of Holland. The third time death came for Holland, he was on his knees. He crouched beside the stream, blood dripping from his fingertips in fat red drops as the silver wood rose around him. Twice a year he went there, a place up the river where the silt branched off through a groove of trees growing up from the barren ground in shades of burnished metal. Neither wood nor stone nor steel. Some said the silver wood had been made by a magician's hand, while others said it was the place where magic made its final stand before withdrawing from the surface of the world. It was a place where, if you stood still and closed your eyes, you could smell the echoes of summer. A memory of natural magic worn into the woods. Holland bowed his head. He didn't pray, didn't know who to pray to or what to say, only watched the frosted waters of the silt swirl beneath his outstretched hand, waiting to catch each drop as it fell. A dash of crimson, a cloud of pink, and then gone. The pale surface of the stream returning to its usual whitish gray. What a waste of blood, said a voice behind him casually. Holland didn't startle. He'd heard the steps coming from the edge of the grove, boots landing on dry grass. A short, sharp knife lay on the bank beside him, and Holland's fingers drifted toward it, only to find it wasn't there. He rose to his feet then, and turned to find the stranger holding his weapon in both hands. The man was half a head shorter than Holland, after 2 decades older, dressed in a faded gray that almost passed for black, with dusty brown hair and dark eyes flecked with ember. Nice blade, said the intruder, testing its tip. Gotta keep them sharp. Blood dripped from Holland's palm, and the man's eyes flicked to the vivid red before smiling broadly. "Sot," he said, easily. "I didn't come looking for trouble." He sank onto a petrified log and drove the knife into the hard earth at his feet before lacing his fingers and leaning forward, elbows on his knees. One hand was covered in binding spells, an element scrawled along each finger. "Nice view." Holland still said nothing. "I come here to think," continued the man, drawing a rolled paper from behind his ear. He looked at the end, unlit, then held it toward Holland. "Help a friend out?" "We're not friends," said Holland. The man's eyes danced with light. "Not yet." When Holland didn't move, the man sighed and flicked his own fingers, producing a small coin-sized flame that danced above his thumb. It was no small feat, this display of natural magic, even with the spellwork scrawled on his skin. Took a long drag. "My friends call me Vor." The name settled like a stone in Holland's chest. "Vortalis." The man brightened. "You remember," he said. "Not." He said, "Not you've heard of me or you know, but you remember." And Holland did. Ros Vortalis. He was a legend in the Kosik, a story in the streets and the shadows, a man who used his words as much as his weapons, and one who always seemed to get his way. A man known across the city as the Hunter, named for tracking down whoever and whatever he wanted, and for never leaving without his quarry. A man who had been hunting Holland for years. "You have a reputation," said Holland. "Oh," said Vortalis, exhaling. "We both have those. How many men and women walk the streets of London without weapons in hand? How many end fights without lifting a finger? How many refuse to join the gangs or the guard? I'm not a thug." Vortalis cocked his head. His smile vanished. "What are you then? What's the point of you? All the magic in that little black eye? And what do you use it for? Emptying your veins into a frozen river? Dreaming of a nicer world? Surely there are better uses." "My power has never brought me anything but pain." Then you're using it wrong." With that, he stood and put the end of his taper out against the nearest tree. Holland frowned. "This is a sacred." He didn't get the chance to finish the admonition, but that was when Vortalis moved. So fast it had to be a spell, something scrawled somewhere beneath his clothes. Then again, spells only amplified power. They didn't make it from scratch. His fist was inches from Holland's face when Holland's will ground against flesh and bone, forcing Vortalis to a stop, but it wasn't enough. The man's fist trembled in the air, warring with a hold. Then it came crashing through, like a brick through glass, and slammed into Holland's jaw. The pain was sudden, bright. Vortalis beamed as he danced backward out of Holland's range. Or tried to. The stream shot up behind him and surged forward. But just before he caught Vortalis in the back, he moved again, sidestepping a blow he couldn't have seen before Holland finally lost patience and sent 2 spears of ice careening toward the man from opposite sides. He dodged the first, but the second took him in the stomach. The spear, spinning on its axis, and it shattered broadside across the man's ribs instead of running him through. Vortalis fell backward with a groan. Holland stood, waiting to see if the man would get back up. He did, chuckling softly as he rocked forward to his knees. "They told me you were good," said Vortalis, rubbing his ribs. I have a feeling you're even better than they know. Holland's fingers curled around this drying blood. Vortalis picked up a shard of ice, handing it less like a weapon than an artifact. As it is, you could have killed me. And Holland could have, easily. If he hadn't turned the spear, it would have gone straight through the flesh and muscle, broken against bone. There was a lox in his head, stone body shattering against the floor, and Talia slumping lifeless against her own knife. Vortalis got to his feet, holding his side. Why didn't you do it? You weren't trying to kill me. The men I sent were, but you didn't kill them either. Holland held his gaze. You got something against killing? I've taken lives, answered Holland. That's not what I asked. Holland felt silent. He clenched his fists, focused on a line of pain along his palm. At last he said, It's too easy. Killing? Of course it is, said Vortalis. Living with it, that's the hard part. But sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes it's necessary. It wasn't necessary for me to kill your men. Vortalis raised a brow. They could have come after you again. They didn't, said Holland. You just kept sending me new ones. And you kept letting them live. Vortalis stretched, wincing faintly at his injured ribs. I'd say you have a death wish, but you don't seem all that keen to die. He walked to the edge of the grove, his back to Holland as he looked over the pale expanse of the city. He lit another taper, stuck the end between his teeth. Know what I think? I don't care. I think you're romantic. One of those fools waiting for the someday king to come. Waiting for the magic to return, for the world to wake up. But it doesn't work like that, Holland. If you want change, you have to make it. Vortalis waved dismissively at the stream. You can empty your veins into the water, but it won't change a thing. He held out his hand. If you really want to save this city, help me put that blood to better use. Holland stared at the man's spell-covered hand. And what use would that be? And Vortalis smiled. You can help me kill a king. And that's the end of chapter 7. Damn. That was a decent chapter. That's pretty good. I like the little snippets we get of Holland's backstory because I think, despite everything, Holland is a very interesting character. But as we usually do now, after chapter end, we're gonna take a little break here real quick. You guys can take a break as well, get some snacks, toilet break, whatever. I'll go stretch, rest my eyes, and we'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. All right, I'm back. How's everyone doing? That was more just like the setup chapter. I feel like a lot of things are starting to move now with this, but like nothing really crazy happened yet. But I feel like something is gonna happen soon, and it's gonna be something massive. We are getting to the later half of the book, so I feel like we are getting to like the climax of the story soon. So okay, let's continue then with chapter 8, and it's called Uncharted Waters. Ooh, mysterious name. I don't know. Part 1. The coffee tasted like muck, but it kept Alucard's hands warm. He hadn't slept. Nerves sharpened to knife points by the foreign ship, and the traitor magician, and the fact that every time he closed his eyes, he saw Anissa burning, saw Jannar crumbling to ash, saw himself reaching out as if there were a damn thing he could do to save his sister, his friend. Anissa had always been so bright. Jannar had always been so strong. And it had meant nothing in the end. They were still dead. Alucard climbed the steps to the deck and took another swig, forgetting how bad the brew really was. He spit the brown sludge over the rail and wiped his mouth. Jasta was busy tying off a rope against the mainmast. Astra and Hano were sitting on a crate under shade of the main sail. The young guard cross-legged and the sailor girl perched like a crow, leaning forward to see something cupped in his hands. It looked, for all things, like the leafy green beginnings of an Acina blossom. Hano made a delighted sound as the thing slowly unfurled before her eyes. Astra was surrounded by the thin white threads of light, particular to those rare few who held the elements in balance. Alucard wondered briefly why the young guard was not instead a priest. The air around Hano was a nest of dark blue spirals, a wind magician in the making, like Jinnah. "Careful now," said a voice. "A sailor's no good without a full set of fingers." It was Bard. She was standing near the prow, teaching Lenos a trick with one of her knives. The sailor watched, eyes wide, as she took the blade between her fingertips and flipped it up into the air, and by the time she caught it handle side, the knife's edge was on fire. She gave a bow, and Lenos actually flashed a nervous smile. Lenos, who'd come to Alucard on her first night aboard the Spire and warned that she was an omen, as if Alucard didn't already know. Lenos, who'd named her the Sorrows. The first time Alucard had seen Delilah Bard, she'd been standing on his ship, bound at the wrists and frizzing the air with silver. He'd only ever met one magician who glowed like that, and that one had a black eye and an air of general disdain that spoke louder than any words. Delilah Bard, however, had two average brown eyes, and nothing to say for herself. Nothing to say for the corpse of Alucard's crew member, stretched out there on the plank, had offered a single broken sentence. "Is en nanes gast. I am the best thief." And as he had stood there, taking in her dagger smile, her silver lines of light, Alucard had thought, "Well, you're certainly the strangest." The first bad decision he'd made was taking her aboard. The second was letting her stay. From there, the bad decisions seemed to multiply like drinks during a game of Sanct. First night in his cabin, Lila sat across from Alucard, her magic tangled, a snarled knot of power never used. And when she asked him to teach her, he nearly choked on his wine. Teach an Antari magic? But Alucard had. He'd groomed the coil of power, smoothed it as best as he could, and watched the magic flow through clear channels, brighter than anything he'd ever seen. He'd had his moments of clarity, of course. He'd thought of selling her to Maris at the Fares Strasse. Thought of killing her before she decided to kill him. Thought of leaving her, betraying her. Dreamed up a dozen ways to wash his hands of her. He was trouble. Even the crew knew it, and he couldn't see the word written in knotted silver above her head. But for all of that, he liked her. Alucard had taken a dangerous girl and made her positively lethal, and he knew that combination was likely to be the end of him, one way or another. So when she'd betray him, attacking a competitor before the Essentage, stealing their place even though she had to know what it would mean for him, his crew, his ship. Alucard hadn't truly been surprised. If anything, he'd been a bit relieved. He'd always known Antari was selfish, bull-headed magician. Lila was simply proving his instincts right. He thought it would be easy then to be rid of her, take back his ship, his order, his life. But nothing about Bard was easy. That silver light had snagged him, gotten his own blue and green all tangled up. You knew. Alucard hadn't heard Kel coming, hadn't noticed the silver stirring in the air outside his thoughts. But now, the other magician stood beside him, following his gaze to Bard. We look different to you, don't we? Alucard crossed his arms. Everyone looks different to me. No two threats of magic are the same. But you knew what she was, said Kel, from the moment you saw her. Alucard tipped his head. Can't imagine my surprise, he said, when a cut purse with a silver cloud killed one of my men. Joined up with my crew and then asked me to teach her magic. So it's your fault she entered the Ascentage. Believe it or not, said Alucard, echoing Kel's words about Rye from the night before. That was her idea. And I tried to stop her, valiantly, but it turns out she's rather stubborn. His gaze flicked toward Kel. Must be an Antari trait. Kel gave a grunt of annoyance and turned away, always storming off. That was definitely an Antari habit. Wait, said Alucard. Before you go, there's something. No. Alucard bristled. You don't even know what I was going to say. I know it's probably about Rye, so I don't want to hear it. Because if you say one more thing about how my brother was in bed, I'm going to break your jaw. Alucard laughed softly, sadly. Is that funny? Snarled Kel. No, said Alucard, trailing off. You're just so easy to rile. You really can't fault me for doing it. No more than you will be able to fault me for hitting you when you go too far. Alucard raised his hands. Fair enough. He began to rub the old scars that circled his wrists. Look, all I wanted to say was that I never meant to hurt him. Kel gave him a disparaging look. You treated him like a fling. How would you know? Rye was in love with you, and you left him. Made him think. An exasperated sigh. Or have you forgotten that you ran from London long before I tried to cast you out? Alucard shook his head, eyes escaping to the steady blue line of the sea. His jaw locked, body revolting against the truth. The truth had claws, and they were sunk into his chest. It would be easier to let it go unsaid, but when Kel turned again to go, he forced it up. I left, he said, because my brother found out where I was spending my nights, who I was spending them with. Alucard kept his eyes on the water, but he heard Kel's steps drag to a stop. Believe it or not all families are willing to put aside propriety to indulge royals' tastes. The Emerys have old notions, strict ones. He swallowed. My brother Barras told my father, who beat me until I couldn't stand, until he broke my arm, my shoulder, my ribs, until I blacked out. And then he had Barras put me out to sea. I woke up in a ship's hold. The captain, 10 richer, with the order not to return to London until his crew had set me right. Made it off that ship the first time it docked. with 3 lin in my pocket and a fair bit of magic in my veins, and no one to welcome me home. So no, I didn't turn back. And that's my fault. Didn't know what I meant to him. He tore his gaze from the sea and met Kel's eyes. I never wanted to leave, he said. And if I'd known Rye loved me then as much as I love him, I would have never strayed away. They stood surrounded by the sea spray and the crack of sails. For a long minute, neither spoke. At last, Kel sighed. I still can't stand you. Alucard laughed with relief. Oh, don't worry, he said. The feeling's mutual. With that, the captain left the Antari and made his way to his steed. Lanos had left her standing alone at the rail, and she was now using her blade to scrape dirt from beneath her nails, gaze trained on something distant. Coin for your thoughts, Bard. She glanced his way, and a smile touched the corner of her mouth. I never thought we'd share a deck again. Well, the world is full of surprises, and Shadow Kings, and curses. Coffee? Alucard asked, offering the cup. She took one look at the brown sludge and said, I'll pass. Don't know what you're missing, Bard. Oh, I do. I made the mistake of trying some this morning. Alucard made a sour face and tipped the rest of the drink out over the side. Elo was making the Spire's usual cook look like a palace chef. I need a real meal. I'm sorry, teased Lila. When did someone exchange my stalwart captain for a whining noble? When did someone exchange my best thief for a thorn in the ass? She said, but I've always been one of those. God, I love Lila. Her fucking like snarky comments are so good. God, I love them. But hey, we got some more Alucard backstory now, which is pretty interesting. Gives us a new light on him, to be fair, and I don't know. It's very, very interesting. He's a very intriguing character, that's for sure. Lila tipped her face toward the sun. Her hair was getting long, with the dark strands brushing her shoulders, her glass eye winking in the crisp winter light. You love the sea, he said. Don't you? Alucard's hands tightened on the rail. I love pieces of it. The air on the open water, the energy of a crew working together, the chance for adventure and all that, but he sensed her attention sharpening and stopped. For months, they'd walked a careful line between outright lie and truth by omission, caught in a stalemate, neither willing to tip their hand. They'd doled out truths like precious currency and only ever in trade. Just now, he'd almost gone and told her something for free. But she probed with a thief's light touch. You ever get tired of running, Bard? Cocked her head. No? Alucard's gaze went to the horizon. Then you haven't left enough behind. A chill breeze cut through, and Lila crossed her arms on the rail and looked down at the water below. Frowned. What is that? Something bobbed on the surface. A piece of driftwood, and then another, and another. The boards floated past in the broken shards. The edges burned. An unpleasant chill went through Alucard. The ghost was sailing through the remains of a ship. That, said Alucard, is the work of sea serpents. Lila's eyes widened. Please tell me you're talking about mercenaries and not giant ship-eating snakes. Alucard raised a brow. Giant ship-eating snakes? Really? What? She challenged. How am I supposed to know where to draw the line in this world? You can draw it well before giant ship-eating snakes. You see this, Jasta? He called. The captain squinted in the direction he was pointing. I see it. Looks maybe a week old. Not old enough, muttered Alucard. You wanted the fastest route, she called, turning back to the wheel as a large piece of hull floated past, part of the name still painted on its side. So what are they then? Asked Lila. The sea serpents. Swords for hire. They sink their own ships right before they attack. As a distraction? Asked Lila. He shook his head. A message. They won't be needing them anymore. That once they're done killing everyone aboard and dumping the bodies in the sea, they'll be taking they'll take their victim's boat instead and sail away. Huh, said Lila. Exactly. Seems like a waste of a perfectly good ship. He rolled his eyes. Only you would mourn the vessel instead of the sailors. Well, she said matter-of-factly, the ship certainly didn't do anything wrong. The people might have deserved it. And that's the end of part 1. Wow. That was a lot of Alucard exposition, actually. Unexpected Alucard lore bomb. But I like it. That was good. All right. Part 2. When Cal was young and couldn't sleep, he'd taken to wandering the palace. The simple act of walking steadied something in him, calmed his nerves, and stilled his thoughts. He'd lose track of time, but also space. Look up and find himself in a strange part of the palace with no memory of getting there. His attention turned inward instead of out. Couldn't get nearly as lost on the ghost. The whole of the ship was roughly the size of Rye's chambers. But he was still surprised when he looked up and realized he was standing outside Holland's makeshift cell. The old man, Elo, was propped in a chair in the doorway, silently whittling a piece of black wood in the shape of a ship. I feel alone, and doing a rather decent job. He seemed lost in his task, the way Kel had been moment before. But now Elo rose, sensing his presence and reading in it a silent dismissal. He left the small wooden carving behind on the chair. Kel glanced into the small room, expecting to see Holland staring back, and frowned. Holland was sitting on a cot with his back to the wall, his head resting at his drawn-up knees. One hand was cuffed to the wall, the chain hanging like a leash. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor. The sea clearly wasn't agreeing with him. And his black hair, Kel realized, was streaked with new, bright silver, as if shedding of Sauron had cost him something vital. But what surprised Kel most was the simple fact that Holland was asleep. Kel had never seen Holland lower his guard, never seen him relaxed, let alone unconscious. And yet, he wasn't entirely still. The muscles in the other Antari's arms twitched, his breath hitching, as though he were trapped in a bad dream. Kel held his breath as he lifted the chair out of the way and stepped into the room. Holland didn't stir when Kel neared, nor when he knelt in front of the bed. "Holland?" said Kel quietly, but the man didn't shift. It wasn't until Kel's hand touched Holland's arm that the man awoke. His head snapped up and pulled suddenly away, or tried to, his shoulders hitting the cabin wall. For a moment, his gaze was wide and empty, his body coiled, his mind somewhere else. It lasted only a second, but in that sliver of time, Kel saw fear. A deep, trained fear, the kind beaten into animals who'd once bitten their masters. Holland's careful composure slipping to reveal the tension beneath. And then he blinked once, twice, eyes focusing. "Kel," he exhaled sharply, his posture shifting back into a mimicry of calm, control, as he wrestled with whatever demons haunted his sleep. "Was auch?" he demanded brusquely in his own tongue. "What is it?" Kel resisted the urge to retreat under the man's glare. They'd hardly spoken since he had arrived in front of Holland's cell and told him to get up. Now he said only, "You look ill." Holland's dark hair was plastered to his face with sweat, his eyes feverish. "Worried for my health?" he said hoarsely. "How touching." He began to fiddle absently with the manacle around his wrists. Beneath the iron, his skin looked red, raw, and before Kel had fully decided, he was reaching for the metal. Holland stilled. "What are you doing?" "What does it look like?" said Kel, producing the key. His fingers closed around the cuff, and a cold metal, with its strange numbing weight, made him think of White London, of the collar and the cage, and his own voice screaming. The chains fell away, manacle hitting the floor hard and heavy enough to mark the wood. Holland stared down at his skin, at the place where metal cuff had been. He flexed his fingers. "Is that a good idea?" "I suppose we'll see," said Kel, retreating to sit in the chair against the opposite wall. He kept his guard up, hand hovering over a blade even now, but Holland made no motion to attack, only rubbed his wrists thoughtfully. "It's a strange feeling, isn't it?" said Kel. "The king had me arrested. I spent some time in that cell, in those chains." Holland raised a single dark brow. "How long did you spend in chains, Kel?" he asked, voice dripping with scorn. "Was it a few hours or an entire day?" Kel went silent, and Holland shook his head ruefully. A mocking sound caught in his throat. The ghost must have caught a wave, because it rocked and Holland paled. "Why am I on the ship?" When Kel didn't answer, he went on. "Or perhaps the better question is, why are you on this ship? Kel still said nothing. Knowledge was a weapon, and he had no intention of arming Holland. Not yet. He expected the other magician to press the issue, but instead, he settled back, face tipped to the open window. If you listen, you can hear the sea, and the ship, and the people on it. Kel tensed, but Holland continued. That Hashra, he has a kind of voice that carries. The captains, too. Both of them like to talk. A black market, a container for magic. It won't be long before I've pieced it all together. So he wasn't dropping it. Enjoy the challenge, said Kel, wondering why he was still there, why he'd come in there in the first place. If you're planning an attack against the Sauron, then let me help. The other Antari's voice had changed, and it took Kel a moment to realize what he heard threaded through it. Passion. Anger. Holland's voice had always been as smooth and steady as a rock. Now, it had fissures. Help requires trust, said Kel. Hardly, countered Holland. Only mutual interest. His gaze burned through Kel. Why did you bring me? He asked. I brought you along so you wouldn't cause trouble in the palace. And I brought you as bait in the hopes of that a Sauron would follow us. It was a partial truth, but the telling of it and the look of Holland's eyes loosened something in Kel. He relented. That container you heard about? It's called an inheritor, and we're going to use it to contain Sauron. How? Demanded Holland, not incredulous but intense. It's a receptacle for power, explained Kel. Magicians used them once to pass on the entirety of their magic by transferring it into a container. Holland went quiet, but his eyes were still fever bright. After a long moment, he spoke again, his voice low and composed. You want me to use this inheritor? That isn't why I brought you, cut in Kel. Too fast. Unsure if Holland's guess was too far from or too close to the truth. He'd already considered the dilemma. In fact, he had tried to think of nothing else since leaving London. The inheritor required a sacrifice. It would be one of them. It had to be. But he didn't trust it to be Holland, who'd fallen once before, and he didn't want it to be Lila, who didn't fear anything, even when she should. And he knew Sauron had his sights set on him. But he had Rai, and Holland had no one. And Lila had lived without power, and would rather die than lose his brother himself. And around it went in his head. Hell, said Holland sternly. I own my shadows, and Sauron is one of them. There. As Vitari was mine, replied Kel. Where does it start? He got to his feet before he could say more, before he seriously began to entertain the notion. We can argue over noble sacrifices when we have the device in hand. In the meantime, he nodded at Holland's chains. Enjoy the taste of freedom. I'd give you leave to walk the ship, but between Delilah and Jasta, I wouldn't make it far. Holland rubbed his wrists again, flexed his fingers. He didn't seem to know what to do with his hands. At last, he crossed his arms loosely over his chest, mimicking Kel's own stance. Holland closed his eyes, but Kel could tell he wasn't resting. His guard was up, his hackles raised. Who are they? Kel asked softly. Holland blinked. What? The 3 people you killed before the Danes. Tension rippled through the air. Doesn't matter. It mattered enough for you to keep track, said Cal. But Holland's face had retreated back into behind its mask of indifference, and the room filled with silence until it drowned them both. That's the end of chapter 2, part 2. One moment. Oh, my nose. Why is my nose itchy? All right. There. Time for part 3. Vitalis had always wanted to be king. Not the someday king, he told Holland, but the now king. He didn't care about the stories, didn't buy into the legends, but he knew the city needed order, needed strength, needed a leader. Everyone wants to be king, said Vitalis. Not me, said Holland. Well, then you're either a liar or a fool. They were sitting in a booth at the Scorched Bone, the kind of place where men could talk of regicide without raising any brows. Now and then the attention drifted toward them, but Holland knew it had less to do with the topic and more to do with his left eye and Vitalis' knives. A pretty pair we made, the man had said when they first entered the tavern. The Antari and the Hunter. So it's like one of those tales you love, he'd added, pouring the first round of drinks. London has a king, said Holland now. London always has a king, countered Vitalis. Or queen. And how long has that ruler been a tyrant? They both knew there was only one way the throne changed hands. By force. A ruler wore the crown as long as they could keep it on their head. And that meant every king or queen had been a killer first. Power required corruption, and corruption rewarded power. The people who ended up on that throne had always paved the way with blood. Takes a tyrant. It doesn't have to, argued Vitalis. You could be my might, my knight, my power. And I could be the law, the right, the order, and together we could more than take this throne, he said, setting his cup down. We could hold it. He was a gifted orator. Holland would give him that. The kind of man who stoked passion the way an iron did coals. They had called him the Hunter, but the longer Holland was in his presence, the more he thought of him as the Bellows. He told him once, and the man had chuckled, that he was indeed full of air. There was an undeniable charm about that man. Not merely the youthful airs of one who hadn't seen the worst the world has to offer, but the blaze of someone who managed to believe in change in spite of it. When Vitalis spoke to Holland, you always met both eyes. And in that flecked gaze, Holland felt like he was being seen. You know what happened to the last Antari? Vitalis was saying now, leaning forward into Holland's space. I do. I was there in the castle when Queen Stoll cut his throat and bathed in his blood. What were you doing in... Oh, wait. Oh, what were you doing in the castle? Wondered Holland. Vitalis gave him a look. A long, hard look. That's what you take away from my story? He shook his head. Look. Our world needs every drop of magic, and we've got kings and queens spilling it like water, so they can have a taste of power. Or maybe just so I can't rise against them. We got where we are because of fear. Fear of Black London. spear of magic that wasn't ours to control. But that's no way forward, only down. I could have killed you. Could have tried. But the world needs power, and men who aren't afraid of it. Think what London could do with a leader like that, said Vortalis. A king who cared about his people. Holland ran a finger through the rim of his glass, the ale itself untouched, while the other man drained his second cup. So you want to kill our current king? Vortalis leaned forward. Doesn't everyone? That was a valid question. Gorst, a mountain of a man who'd carried his way to the throne with an army at his back and turned the castle into a fortress, the city into a slum. His men rode the streets, taking everything they could, everything they wanted, in the name of a king who pretended to care, who claimed he could resurrect the city even while he drained it dry. And every week, King Gorst opened throats in the blood square, a tithe to the dying world, as if that sacrifice, a sacrifice that wasn't even his, could set the world to rights. As if the spilling of their blood was proof of his devotion to his cause. How many days had Holland stood at the edge of that square and watched and thought of cutting Gorst's throat, of offering him back at the hungry earth. Vortalis was giving him a weighted look, and Holland understood. You want me to kill Gorst? The other man smiled. Why not kill him yourself? Vortalis said no problem killing. He hadn't earned his nickname by abstaining from violence, and he was really very good at it. But only a fool walks into a fight without his sharpest knives. Vortalis explained, leaning closer, and Holland was uniquely suited to the task. I know you're not fond of the practice, he'd added, but there's a difference between killing for purpose and killing for sport. And wise men know that some must fall so others can rise. Some throats are meant to be opened, said Holland dryly. Vortalis flashed a cutting grin. Exactly. So you can sit around waiting for a storybook ending, or you can help me write a real one. Holland wrapped his fingers on the table. Won't be easy to do, he said thoughtfully. Not with his guard. Like rats, those men, said Vortalis, producing a tightly rolled paper. He lit the end at the nearest lantern. No matter how many I kill, more scurry out to take their place. Are they loyal? Asked Holland. Smoke poured from the man's nostrils in a derisive snort. Loyalty is either bought or earned, and as far as I can tell, Gorst has neither the riches nor the charm to merit this army. These men, they fight for him, they die for him, they wipe his ass. They have the blind devotion of the cursed. Curses die with their makers, mused Holland. And so we return to the point. The death of a tyrant and a curse maker. Why you're so suited for the job? According to one of the few spies I've managed, Gorst keeps himself at the top of the palace in a room, guarded on all four sides. Locked up like a prize in his own treasure chest. Now is it true, Vortalis said, his eyes dancing, that the Antari can make doors? We had a few kissing scenes earlier. One with Kel and one with Rye. Now, no, it wasn't between them. They're they're far apart. Rye is at the palace, Kel is at sea. It was Kel and Lila, and Rye and the Vescan princess. Yeah, we're currently in a flashback of Holland's past. We also got some juicy Alucard lore earlier. Trying to fight the napping urges. If you gotta get a nap in, you go to sleep. Read me to sleep. I will. 3 nights later, at the 9th bell, Holland walked through the castle gate and disappeared. One step took him across the threshold. The next landed in the middle of the royal chamber, a room brimming with cushions and silks. Blood dripped from the Antari's hand, where he still clutched the talisman. Ghosts were so many, he hadn't even noticed it was missing. Pinched by Vortalis' spy within the castle. 3 simple words, As Tassen Gorst, and he was in. The king sat before a blazing fire, gorging himself on a feast of fowl and bread and candied pears. Across the city, people wasted away, but Gorst's bones had long been swallowed up by his constant feasting. Occupied by his meal, the king hadn't noticed Holland standing there behind him, hadn't heard him draw his knife. Try not to stab him in the back, Vortalis had advised. After all, he is the king. He deserves to see the blade coming. You have a very odd set of principles. But I do have them. Holland was halfway to the king when he realized Gorst was not dining alone. A girl, no more than 15, crouched Oh, nah. Oh God. I just read for further a little bit. This is getting nasty. A girl, no more than 15, crouched naked at the king's side like an animal, a pet. Unlike Gorst, she had no distraction, and her head drifted up at the moment of Holland's steps. At the sight of him, she began to scream. Nah. The sound cut off sharply as he pinned the air in the girl's lungs. But Gorst was already rising, his massive form filling the hearth. Holland didn't wait. His knife went whipping toward the king's heart, and Gorst caught it. The king plucked the weapon from the air with a sneer, while the girl still clawed at her throat. Is that all you have? No, said Holland, bringing his palms together around the brooch. Asteno, he said, opening his hands as the brooch shattered into a dozen shards of metal. They flew through the air fast as light, driving through cloth and flesh and muscle. Gorst let out a groan as blood blossomed against the white of his tunic, stained his sleeves, but he still did not fall. Holland forced the metal deeper, felt the pieces grind against bone, and Gorst sank to his knees beside the girl. You think it's that easy to kill a king? He panted, and then, before Holland could stop him, Gorst lifted Holland's knife and used it to slit the girl's throat. What the fuck? Okay. Holland staggered, letting go of her voice as blood splashed onto the floor. Gorst was running his fingers through the vicious pool. He was trying to write a spell. Her life had been worth nothing more than a meanest ink. Anger flared in Holland. His hand splayed out and Gorst was wrenched back and up, a puppet on strings. The tyrant let out a guttural roar as his arms were forced wide. You think you can rule the city? He rasped, bones straining against Holland's hold. You try and see how long you last. Holland whipped the fire from the hearth, a ribbon of flame that wrapped around the king's throat in a burning collar. At last, Gorst began to keen, screams dragging into whimpers. Holland stepped forward, through the wasted girl's blood, until he was close enough that the heat of the fire of the burning coil was licking his skin. It's time, he said, words lost beneath the sounds of mortal anguish, for a new king. As Orense, said Holland when it was done. The flames had died away and the chamber doors fell open one after the other. Vortalis striding into the room, a dozen men in his wake. Across the front of their dark armor, they already bore his chosen seal, an open hand with a circle carved into its palm. Vortalis himself wasn't dressed for battle. He wore his usual dark gray, the only spots of color, the spectrum of his eyes, and the blood he tracked like mud in the room. The bodies of Gorst's guards littered the hall behind him. Holland frowned. I thought you said the curse would lift. It wouldn't have to die. Better safe than sorry, said Vortalis. And then, seeing Holland's face, I didn't kill the ones that begged. He took one look at Gorst's body, the bloody wounds, the burn around his neck, and whistled under his breath. Remind me never to cross you. Gorst's meal still sat before the hearth, and Vortalis took up the dead king's glass, dumped the contents in the fire with a hiss, and poured himself a fresh drink, swishing the wine to cleanse the vessel. He raised the glass to his men. On this oath, he said, this castle is ours. Take down the old banners. By dawn, I want the whole city to know the tyrant no longer sits on the throne. Take his stores and the shitty wine and see it spread from the Dask to the Kosik. Let the people know there's a new king in London, and his name is Ros Vortalis. The men erupted in cheers, pouring out through the open doors, past and around and over the bodies of the old guard. And find somebody to clean up this mess, Vortalis called after them. You're in a fine mood, said Holland. You should be too, chided Vortalis. This is how change happens. Nod with a whisper and a wish like in those fairy tales of yours, but with well-executed plan and, yes, a bit of blood. But that's the way of the world, isn't it? It's our turn now. I will be the city's king, and you can be its valiant knight. And together we will build something better. He raised a glass to Holland. On this oath, he said again, to new dawns and good ends and royal friends. Okay, 1 second. I thought just turning off that one thing on the auto mod would keep it from not catching the bots, but it's still catching the bots, so oh my god, sorry. I guess we're turning off automod now. There we go. Must be the tone of voice you're using for Holland's buddy. Sus voice. I mean, in the beginning, he was more like a bounty hunter, cutthroat kind of character, because he's the leader of the group that sent like all of those assassins to kill Holland. So I thought like maybe I'll give him a like a voice like that, maybe. So who knows? Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. But considering like Vortalis, I guess, wasn't king for a long time due to the fact that, well, the Danes were there. Who knows what happened? It's our turn now. I will be the king's city and you can be the valiant knight. And together we will build something better. To new dawns, good ends, and loyal friends. Holland folded his arms. I'm amazed you have any left after sending so many after me. Vortalis laughed. Holland hadn't heard a laugh like that since Talia, and even then, her laugh had been the sweet of poison berries. And Vortalis's was the open rolling of the sea. I never sent you my friends, he said. Only enemies. I guess now we're cutting back, because that's the end of part 3. So now we're cutting back to the ship where they're currently sailing to that black marketplace. It's just, they're still on the ship. It's a small ship, but it's a ship. And there's a lot of people there, actually. Because, like, you have Alucard, Lila, Kel, Holland, Astra, Lenos. Hey, yo. Calm down there, Slothy. And then obviously the crew of the ship they're on now, the Jasta, Elo, and I forgot the name of the little girl. I mean, Jasta's crew is interesting. Cause like, well, there's Jasta who she's like fucking built like a brick shit house. She's like the captain, she's like a stern captain. And then she has like a little girl in the crew and an old blind guy. That's her crew. And the ship is called the Ghost. I don't know where this is heading. Oh god. I don't think it's gonna end that way. After what Alucard and Kel were talking about, I don't know if they will ever make up. Although Alucard did explain why he left to Kel, but Kel still said, I still hate you. Or I still don't like you, so yeah. We shall see, I guess. Alright. Lenos was standing at the Ghost's stern, toying with one of the little carved ships Elo left everywhere, when a bird flew past. He looked up, worried. The sudden appearance could only mean one thing. They were approaching land. Which wouldn't be a problem if they weren't meant to be heading straight for Maurice's market in the middle of the sea. The sailor hurried to the prow of the Ghost, gilded serenely toward a port. As the Ghost glided serenely toward a port that rose on the shoreline. "Why are we docking? It is easier to chart the course from here," said Jasta. "Besides, supplies are low. We left in a hurry." Lenos cast a nervous glance at Alucard, who was climbing the steps. "Are we still in a hurry?" asked Lenos. "Won't take long," was all Jasta said. Lenos shielded his eyes against the sun. It had already passed its apex and was now sinking toward the horizon, and squinted at the line of ships tethered to the docks. "Port of Rosenal," offered Alucard. "It's the last stop of any interest before the Northern Bay." "I don't like this," grumbled the Antari prince as he joined them on deck. "Juster, we unload the crates and restock," insisted the captain, as she and Hano, that's the small girl's name, uncoiled the ropes and threw them over. 1 hour, maybe 2. Stretch your legs. We'll be out of port by nightfall, and to the market by late morning. "I, for one, could use a meal," said Alucard, unhitching the ramp. "No offense meant, Jester, but Elo cooks about as well as he sees." There's the graffiti event. Ooh, let's go. You finished it though. Hell yeah. The ship drifted to a stop as 2 dock hands caught the ropes and tied them off. Alucard set off down the ramp without a backward glance, Bard on his heels. "Sanct," muttered Jasta under her breath. Kel and Lenos both turned toward her. Something was wrong. Lenos felt it in his gut. "You coming?" called Lila, but Kel called back. "I'm staying on the ship." And then he spun on Jasta. "What is it?" "You need to get off. Now," said the ghost captain. "Why?" asked Kel, but Lenos had already seen the trio headed their way down the dock. 2 men and a woman, all in black, and each with a sword hanging at their waist. A nervous prickle ran through him. Kel finally noticed the strangers. "Who are they?" "Trouble," spat Jasta, and Lenos turned to warn Alucard and Bard, but they were already halfway down the dock, and the captain must have seen the danger too, because he threw his arm casually around Lila's shoulder, angling her away. "What's going on?" demanded Kel as Jasta spun on her heel and started for the hold. "I shouldn't be here. Not this early in the year." "Who are they?" "This is a private port," said Lenos, his long legs easily keeping pace. "Run by a man named Rosenal. Those are his swords. Normally they don't dock until summer, when the weather holds and the sea is full. They are here to check the cargo, search for contraband." Kel shook his head. "I thought the ship dealt in contraband." "It does," said Jasta, descending the steps in 2 strides, and taking off down the hold. "Rosenald's men take a cut. Convenient, too, since the only ships that come here do not fly royal colors. They are early." "Still don't understand why we have to go," said Kel. "Your cargo is your problem." Jasta turned on him, her form filling the hall. "Is it? Not in London anymore, Princeling. And not everyone outside the capital is friend to the crown. Out here, coin is king. And no doubt Rosenald's men would love to ransom a prince, or sell Antari parts to the Farasistras. If you want to make it there intact, Get the traitor, magician, and go! Lena saw the other man go pale. Steps sounded on dock, and Jasta snarled and took off again, leaving Kel to snag a pair of caps from the hooks in the hall and pull one down over his copper hair. Holland couldn't have heard Jasta's warning through the floor, but the stomping must have said enough, because he was already on his feet when they arrived. I assume there's a problem. Lena's stomach crammed with worry at the sight of him free, but Kel just pushed the second cap into the Atari's hands. Jasta? Called a new voice overhead. Holland tucked the cap down, his black eye lost beneath the brim's shadow as the captain nudged them both out of the cabin toward the window at the back of the ship. She threw it open, revealing a short ladder that plunged toward the water below. Go, now! Come back in an hour or two! Jasta was already turning away as one of the figures reached the stairs leading down into the hold. A pair of black boots came into sight, and Lenos threw his narrow frame in front of the window. Behind him, Kel climbed through. He waited for the splash, but heard nothing but a rush of breath, an instant of silence, and the muted thud of boots hitting dock. Lenos glanced over his shoulder to see Holland leap from the ladder and land in an elegant crouch beside Kel, just before Rosenald's sellswords came stumping into the hold. What's this now? Said the woman when she saw Lenos, limbs spread across the opening. He managed an awkward smile. Just staring at the hold, he said, turning to swing the window shut. The sellsword caught his wrist and shoved him aside. That's so. Lenos held his breath as she stuck her head out the window, scanning the water in the docks. But when she drew back into the hold, he saw the answer in her bored expression and sagged with relief. She'd seen nothing strange. The Antari were gone. And that's the end of part 4. Okay, shit's going down now. I kind of felt like that last chapter we had, like chapter 7, was a lot of setup for what's going to happen now. So, we'll see. Part 5. Lila had a bad feeling about Rosenall. She didn't know if it was the port town itself that disturbed her or the fact that they were being followed. Probably the latter. At first, she thought it might be nothing, an echo of nerves from the close call back on the docks. But as she climbed the hill to the town, the certainty settled like a cloak around her shoulders, awareness scratching at her neck. Your voice is so nice. Aw, thank you.
I know.
Okay. What the fuck was I? Alright. I'm learning. Lila had always been good at knowing when she wasn't alone. People had a presence, a weight in the world. Lila had always been able to sense it, but now she wondered if maybe it was the magic in their blood she'd been hearing all along, ringing like a plucked string. We're learning, yeah, let's go, learning. And by the time they reached the rise, Kel either sensed it too, or he simply felt her tensing beside him. Do you think we're being followed? He asked. Probably, offered Holland blandly. The sight of him loose, unchained, turned her stomach. I always assume I'm being followed, she said with false cheer. Why do you think I have so many knives? Kel's brow furrowed. You know, I honestly can't tell if you're joking. Some towns have fog, offered Alucard, and some have bad feelings. Rosenall simply has a bit of both. Lila slid her arm free of Kel's, senses prickling. The town, overlooking the port, was a tight nest of streets, squat buildings huddled against icy wind. Sailors hurried from doorway to doorway, hoods and collars up against the cold. The town was riddled with alleys, the dregs of light thin and the shadows deep enough to swallow the places where a person might wait. Gives it a strange kind of charm, continued the captain. That sense of being watched. Her steps slowed before the mouth of a winding street, the familiar weight of a knife falling into her grip. The bad feeling was getting worse. Lila knew the way a heart raced when it was chasing someone, and the way it stuttered when it was being chased. And right now, her heart felt less like a predator and more like prey, and she didn't like it. She squinted into the lidded dark to the alley, but saw nothing. The others were getting ahead of her, and Lila was just turning to catch up when she saw it. There, in the hollow where the road curved away, the shape of a man, the sheen of rotting teeth, a shadow wrapped around his throat. His lips were moving, and when the wind picked up, it carried broken edge of a melody. A song she'd hummed 100 times aboard the spire. How do you know when the sorrows is coming? Lila shivered and took a step forward, drawing her fingertip along the oil-slicked edge of her knife. Tiger, tiger. Bard! Alucard's voice cut through the air, scattering her senses. They were waiting, all of them, at the top of the road. And by the time Lila looked back at the alley, the road was empty. The shadow was gone. Okay. What the fuck? Lila slumped back in the rickety old chair and folded her arms. Nearby, a woman climbed into the lap of her companion, and 3 tables down, a fight broke out. Sank carts spilling onto the floor as a table overturned between the brawling men. The tavern was all stale liquor and jostling bodies and cluttered noise. Not the most savory lot, observed Kel, sipping his drink. Not the worst either, said the captain, setting down a round of drinks and a heaping tray of food. You really plan to eat all of that? Asked Lila. Not by myself, I don't, he said, nudging a bowl of stew her way. Her stomach growled, and she took up the spoon but focused her gaze on Holland. He was sitting in the back of the booth, and Lila on the outside edge, as far away from him as possible. She couldn't shake the feeling he was watching her beneath that brimmed cap, even though every time she checked, his attention was leveled on the tavern behind her head. His fingers traced absent patterns in a pool of spilled ale, but his green eyes twitched in concentration. It took her several long seconds to realize that he was counting the bodies in the room. 19, she said coolly, and Alucard and Kel both looked at her as she'd spoken out of turn. But Holland simply answered, 20. And despite herself, Lila swiveled in her seat. She did a swift count. He was right. She'd missed one of the men behind the bar. Damn it. If you have to use your eyes, he added, you're doing it wrong. So, said Cal, frowning at Holland before turning toward Alucard. What do you know about this floating market? Alucard took a swig of his ale. Well, it's been around about as long as its owner, Maurice, which is to say, a long damn time. There's a running line that the same way magic never dies. it never really disappears either. It just ends in the Vorace straws. That's a bit of a legend among the Seaborn. If there's something you want, the Going Waters has it. For a prize. And what did you buy? Asked Lila, the last time you were there. Alucard hesitated, lowering the glass. It always amazed her, the things he chose to guard. Isn't it obvious? Said Kel. He bought his sight. Alucard's eyes narrowed. Lila's widened. Is that true? No, said her captain. For your information, Master Kel, I've always had this gift. Then what? Pressed Lila. I bought my father's death. The table went still. A pocket of silence in the noisy room. Kel's mouth hung open. Alucard's clenched shut, and Lila stared. That's not possible, murmured Kel. These are open waters, said Alucard, pushing to his feet. Anything is possible. And on that note, I've got an errand to run. I'll meet you back at the ship. I mean, considering what his father did to him, I would not be surprised. But holy fuck. He does not. he does not have a good relationship with his father. I mean, I guess the indication of buying his own father's death is a good indicator of, yeah, that's probably not. Lila frowned. There were 100 shades between the truth and lie, and she knew them all. She could tell when someone was being dishonest, and when they were only saying one word for every 3. Alucard, she pressed. What are you? He turned, hands in pockets. Oh, I forgot to mention. You'll each need a token to enter the market. Something valuable. Are you selling them now? Kel set his cup down with a crack. You could have told us this before we left London. I could have, he said. Must have slipped my mind. But don't worry. I'm sure you'll think of something. Perhaps Maurice will settle for your coat. No, not Kel's coat. Please. Kel's coat is best character. Kel's knuckles were white on the handle of his cup as the captain strode away. By the time the door swung shut, Lila was already on her feet. Where are you going? Snapped Kel. Where do you think? She didn't know how to explain. They had a deal, she and Alucard. Even if they would never say it, they watched each other's back. He shouldn't go alone. Leave him, muttered Kel. He has a way of getting lost, she said, buttoning her coat. I said stay. What's the wrong thing to say? Lila bristled. Funny thing, Kel, she said coldly. That sounded like an order. And before he could say anything else, Lila turned up her collar against the wind and marched out. Within minutes, Lila lost him. She didn't want to admit it. She'd always prided herself on being a clever tale. But the streets of Rosenau were narrow and winding, full of hidden breaks and turns that made it too easy to lose sight and track of whoever you were trying to follow. It made sense, she supposed, in a town that catered mostly to pirates and thieves and the sword who didn't want to be tracked. Somewhere in that maze, Alucard had simply disappeared. Lila had given up any attempts at stealth after that, let her steps fall loud, even called his name. But it was no use, she couldn't find him. The sun was setting fast over the port, the last light quickly giving way to shadow. In the twilight, the edges between light and dark began to blur, and everything was rendered into flattened layers of gray. Dusk was the only time Lila truly felt the absence of her second eye. If it had been a little darker, she would have hauled herself up onto the nearest roof and scanned the town that way, but there was just enough daylight to turn the act into display. She stopped at the intersection of 4 alleys, certain she'd already come this way, and was about to give up, to turn back toward the tavern and her waiting drink, when she heard the voice. That same voice, its melody carrying on the breeze. How do you know when the sorrows is coming? A flick of her wrist and the knife dropped into her palm, her free hand already reaching for one beneath her coat. Footsteps sounded and she turned, bracing for the attack, but the alley was empty. Lila started to straighten just as a weight hit the ground behind her, boots on stone, and she spun, jumping back as a stranger's blade sang through the air, narrowly missing her stomach. Her attacker smiled that rotting grin, but her eyes went to the tattoo of the dagger across his throat. Delilah Bard, he growled. Remember me? She twirled her blades. Vaguely, she lied. In truth, she did. Not his name. That she'd never caught. But she knew the tattoo worn by the cutthroats of the Copper Thief. They had sailed under Belize Kazanov, a ruthless pirate she'd murdered, somewhat carelessly weeks before, as part of a bet with the crew of the Night Spire. Fate scoffed at the idea that she could take an entire ship herself. She'd proven them wrong, won the bet, even spared most of the thieves. Now, as 2 more men dropped from the rooftops behind him, and the third emerged from the lengthening shadows, she decided that act of mercy had been a mistake. 4 on 1 hardly seems fair, she said, putting her back to the wall as 2 more men slunk toward her. Tattoos like dark and jagged wounds beneath her chins. That made 6. She'd counted them once before, but then she'd been counting down instead of up. Tell you what, said the first attacker. If you're back, we'll make it quick. Lila's blood sang the way it always did before a fight, clear and bright and hungry. And why, she said, would I want to rush your deaths? Cocky bitch, growled the second. I'm gonna fuck. Her knife hissed through the air and embedded himself in his throat. Blood spilled down his front as he clawed at his neck and toppled forward. She made it under the next man's guard before the body hit the ground, driving her serrated blade up through his chin. The first blow caught her. Wait. Blade up through his chin before the first blow caught her, a fist to the jaw. She went down hard, spitting blood into the streets. Heat coursed through her limbs as a hand grabbed her by the hair and hauled her to her feet, a knife under her chin. Any last words? Asked the man with the rotting teeth. Lila held her hands up, as if in surrender, before flashing a vicious smile. Tiger, tiger, she said, and the fire roared to life. And that's the end of part 5. No way we're getting a cliffhanger on that fucking fight now. Nah. They can't do us like that. What the fuck? All right, I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Not gonna fall asleep now. Shit's too good. It really is getting good now. Like I said, I thought the previous chapter, not a lot has happened. It was mainly just like, oh yeah, they started to go on the journey with the ship, and like some stuff happened between Rai and Korra and all that, like all that stuff. But like, not a lot of plot was moving. It seemed to all just be set up for what's going to happen now. But we are actually getting fucking blue balled by that fight now, because part 6 is going back to the group. I want that fight to continue. I want to see what happens. God damn it. This book, man. Well, part 6. Kel and Holland sat across from each other, swathed in a silence that only thickened as Kel tried to drown his annoyance in his drink. Skip part 6. Of all the reasons for Lila to leave, of all the people for her to go with, it had to be Emery. Across the room, a group of men were deep in their cups and singing a sea shanty of some kind. Sorrows is coming aboard. Kel finished his glass and reached for hers. Holland was drawing his fingers through a spill on the table, the glass in front of him untouched. Now that they were back on solid ground, the color was returning to his face, but even dressed down in winter grays with a cap pulled over his brow, there was something about Holland that drew the eye. The way he held himself, perhaps, mixed with the faintest scent of foreign magic. Ash, steel, and ice. Say something, Kel muttered into his drink. Holland's attention flicked toward him, then slid pointedly away. This inheritor, what about it? I should be the one to use it. Perhaps. Kel's answer was simple, blunt. But I don't trust you. Holland's expression hardened. And I'm certainly not letting Lila try her hand. She doesn't know how to use her power, let alone how to survive getting rid of it. That leaves you. Kel looked down into the last of his ale. That leaves me. If the inheritor worked as Sharon suggested, the device absorbed a person's magic. But Kel's magic was all that bound Rai's life to his. He'd learned that from the collar, the horrible severing of power from body, the stutter of Rye's failing heart. Would it be like that? Would it hurt that much? Or would it be easy? His brother had known what he would do, had given his assent. He'd seen it in Rye's eyes when they parted, heard it in his voice. Rye had made his peace long before he said goodbye. Stop being selfish. Kale's head snapped up. What? Osaron is mine, said Holland, finally taking up his drink. I don't give a damn about your self-sacrificing notions. You need to be the hero. When the time comes for one of us to destroy that monster, it's going to be me. And if you try to stop me, Kale, I'll remind you the hard way which of us is the stronger Antari. Do you understand? Ooh. Holland met Kel's eyes over the glass, and beyond the words of the bravado, he saw something else in the man's gaze. Mercy. Kel's chest ached with relief as he said, "Thank you." "For what?" he said coldly. "I'm not doing this for you." And now we're cutting back to the flashback of Holland with Vortalis. In the end, Vortalis had named himself the Winter King. "Why not summer?" asked Holland. "Or spring?" Vortalis snorted. "Do you feel warmth in the air, Holland? Do you see the river running blue? We are in the spring of this world. We are not in the spring of this world, and certainly not in the summer. Those are the seasons of your someday king. This is winter, and we must survive it." They were standing side by side on the castle balcony while the banners, the open hand turned on its dark field, snapped in the wind. The gates stood open, the grounds filling at the edge as people gathered to see the new king, and waited for the castle doors to open so they could make their cases and their claims. The air buzzed with excitement. Fresh blood on the throne meant new chances for the streets. The hope that this ruler would succeed where so many had failed before him, that he would be the one to restore what was lost, what began to die when the doors first closed, and breathed life back into the embers. Vortalis wore a single ring of burnished steel in his hair to match the circle on his banner. Beyond that, he looked like the same man who'd come to Holland months ago, deep in the Silver Woods. "The outfit suits you," said the Winter King, gesturing to Holland's half-cloak, the silver pin bearing Vortalis' seal. Holland took a step back on the balcony's edge. "Last time I checked, you are king. So why am I on display?" "Because, Holland, ruling is a balance between hope and fear. I may have a way with people, but you have a way with frightening them. I draw them like flies, but you keep them at bay. Together, we are a welcome and a warning. And I would have each and every one of them know that my black-eyed knight, my sharpest sword, stands firmly beside me." He shot Holland a sidelong glance. "I'm quite aware of our city's penchant for regicide, including the bloody pattern we continued in order to stand here today. But selfish as it seems, I'm not keen to go out as Gorst did." "Well, Gorst didn't have me," said Holland, and the king broke into a smile. "Thank the gods for that." "Am I supposed to call you king now?" said Holland. Oh god, the flashback is a good... Okay, it's a few pages. Vortalis blew out a breath. "You're supposed to call me friend." "As you wish." A smile stole across Holland's lips at the memory of their meeting in the Silver Woods. Vor. The king smiled at that. A broad, bright gesture, so at odds with the city around them. And to think, Holland, all it took was a crown and... Kurt Vortalis, cut in a guard behind them. Vor's face closed, the open light replaced by the hardened planes befitting a new king. What is it? There's a boy requesting an audience. Holland frowned. We haven't opened the doors yet. I know, sir, said the guard. He didn't come by the door, he just appeared. The first thing Holland noticed was the boy's red coat. He was standing in the throne hall, craning his head toward the vaulted bones of the castle ceiling. And that coat, it was such a vivid color, not a faded red like the sun at dusk, or the fabrics worn in summer, but a vibrant crimson, the color of fresh blood. His hair was a softer shade, like autumn leaves, muted but not faded by any stretch. And he wore crisp black boots, true black, as dark as winter nights. Hey Gurgle, welcome back. With gold clasps that matched his cuffs, every inch of him sharp and bright as a glare on new steel. Even stranger than his appearance was the scent that drifted off him. Something sweet, almost cloying, like crushed blossoms left to rot. I guess that's the first time Holland and Kel met, because I'm fairly sure they just described Kel. That was like pretty much Kel. Vortalis gave a low whistle at the sight of him. And the boy turned, revealing a pair of mismatched eyes. Holland stilled. The boy's left eye was a light blue, the right was solid black. Their gazes met, and a strange vibration lanced through Holland's head. The stranger couldn't be more than 12 or 13, with the unmarked skin of a royal and the imperious posture to match. But he was undeniably Antari. The boy stepped forward and started speaking briskly in a foreign tongue, the accent smooth and lifting. Vortalis bore a translation rune at the base of his throat, the product of times abroad. But Holland bore nothing save an ear for tone, and at the blankness in his gaze, the boy stopped and started again, this time in Holland's native tongue. Apologies, he said. My Mata Khan is not perfect. I learned it from a book. My name is Kel, and I come bearing a message from my king. His hand went into his coat, and across the room the guards surged forward. Holland already shifting in front of Vor, when the boy drew out, of all things, a letter. The same sweet scent drifted off the envelope. Vortalis looked down at the paper and said, I'm the only king here. Of course, said the boy Antari. My king is in another London. The room went still. Everyone knew, of course, about the other Londons and the worlds that went with them. Was the one far away, a place where magic held no sway? There was the broken one, where magic had devoured everything. I'll catch y'all later on the stream, next stream. Alright, Oas, have a good day. And then there was the cruel one, the place that had sealed its doors, forcing Holland's world to face the dark alone. Holland had never been to this other place. He knew the spell to go there, had found the words buried in his mind like treasure in the months after he turned a lock to stone. But travel needed a token the way a lock needed a key, and he'd never had anything with which to cast a spell to buy his way through. And yet, Holland had always assumed that the other world was like his. After all, both cities had been powerful, both had been vibrant, both had been cut off when the doors sealed. But as Holland took in this Kel, with his bright attire, his healthy glow, he saw the hall as the boy must. Dingy, coated with the film of frost-like neglect, the mark of years fighting for every drop of magic, and felt a surge of anger. Was this how the other London lived? You are a long way from home, said War coolly. A long way, said the boy, and a single step. His gaze kept flicking back toward Holland, as if fascinated by the sight of another Antari. So they were rare in this world too. What does your king want? Asked Vor, declining to take the letter. King Maresh wishes to restore the communication between your world and mine. This is the second book? No, this is the third book. We're like a bit more than halfway through the third book. Does he wish to open the doors? The boy hesitated. No, he said carefully. The doors cannot be opened. But this could be the first step in rebuilding the relationships. I don't give a damn about relationships, snapped the Winter King. I'm trying to rebuild a city. Can this Maresh help me with that? I missed a second. Fine. They're, all of them are available to always just watch on my channel. And I also posted the links in the Discord. I don't know. I do not know, said Kel. I'm only the messenger. You write it down. How the message? Vitalis turned away. You found your way in, he said. Find it back out. Kel lifted his chin. Is that your final answer? He asked. Perhaps I should return in a few weeks, when the next king takes the throne. Careful, boy, warned Holland. Kel turned his attention, and those unnerving eyes, so strange and so familiar, toward him. He produced a coin, small and red, with a gold star at the center. A token, a key. Here, he said, in case your king changes his mind. Holland said nothing, but flexed his fingers, his hand, and the coin whipped out of the boy's grip and into his own, his fingers closing silently over the metal. It's Astravas, added Kel, in case you didn't know. Holland, said Vitalis from the door. Holland was still holding Kel's gaze. Coming, my king, he said pointedly, breaking away. Wait, called the boy, and Holland could tell by his tone that those words were meant for, not for Vor, but for him. The Antari jogged toward him, steps ringing like bells from the gold clasp. What? Demanded Holland. It's nice, said Kel, to meet someone like me. Holland frowned. I'm not like you, he said, and walked away. And that's the end of part 6. Now we're in part 7, and I read Lila. Ooh, boy. All right, we're back to some action now. For a while, Lila held her own. Flame and steel against blind strength, a thief's cunning against a pirate's might. Might have even been winning, and then, quite suddenly, she wasn't. 6 men became 4, but 4 was still a good deal more than 1. A knife slid along her skin, a hand wrapped around her throat. Her back slammed against a wall. No, not a wall, she realized. A door. She had hit it hard enough to crack the wood, bolts and pins jangling in their grooves. An idea. She threw up her hands and the nails shuddered free. Some struck only in air or stone, but others found flesh. And two of the copper thieves staggered back, clutching their arms, stomachs, and heads. Without its pins, the door gave way behind her, and Lila tumbled backward, rolling into a crouch inside a shabby hall, and heaving the door back up before pressing her blood-slicked fingers to the wood. Asteno, she said, thinking that was the word Kel had taught her for seal. But she was wrong. The whole door shattered like a pane of glass, wooden splinters raining down, and before she could summon them back up, she was hauled into the street. Something hit her in the stomach, a fist, a knee, a boot, and the air left her lungs in a violent breath. She summoned the wind. It tore through the alley and whipped around her, forcing the men back as she took a running step, pushing off the wall and leapt for the edge of the roof. She almost made it, but one of them caught her boot and jerked her back. She fell, hitting the street with brutal force. Something cracked inside her chest, and then they fell on her. And we're cutting away again! Ah! Holland was proving horrible company. Kel had tried to keep the conversation alive, but it was like stoking coals after a bucket of water had been poured on them. Nothing but fragile wisps of smoke. He'd finally given up, resigned himself to the uncomfortable quiet when the other Antari met his gaze across the table. At the market tomorrow, he said, what will you offer? Kel raised a brow. His own mind had just been drifting over the question. I was thinking, he said, of offering you. It was said in jest, but Holland only stared at him, and Kel sighed, relenting. He'd never been very good at sarcasm. It depends, he answered honestly, on whether Maurice cares for cost or worth. He patted down his pockets and came up with a handful of coins. Lila's handkerchief, his royal pin. The look on Holland's face mirrored the worry in Kel's gut. None of these things were good enough. You could offer the coat, said Holland. But the thought made Kel's chest hurt. It was his. One of the only things in his life not bestowed by the crown or bartered for. Not given because of his position, but won. Won in a simple game of cards. He put the trinkets away, but instead dug the cord out from under his shirt. On the end hung 3 coins, one for each world. He unknotted the cord and slid the last coin out into his palm. His grey London token. George III's profile was on the front, his face rubbed away from use. Kel had given the king a new lin with every visit. But he still had the same shilling George had given him on his very first trip. Before the age and the madness wore him away, before his son buried him in Windsor. It cost almost nothing, but it was worth a great deal to him. I hate to interrupt whatever reverie you're having, said Holland, nodding at the window, but your friend has returned. Kel turned to his seat, expecting Lila, but instead he found Alucard strolling past. He had a vial in his hand, and was holding it up in the light of a lantern. The contents glittered faintly like sand, or finely broken glass. The captain looked their way and flashed an impatient summons that a little too closely resembled a rude gesture. Kel sighed, shoving to his feet. The 2 Antari left the tavern, Alucard a block ahead, his stride brisk as he headed for the docks. Kel frowned, scanning the streets. Where's Lila? Called Kel. Alucard turned, brows raised. Barth? I left her with you. Dread coiled through him. And she followed you out. Alucard started shaking his head, but Kel was heading for the door. Holland and the captain closed on his heels. Split up, said Alucard, as they spilled out into the street. He took off down the first street, but when Holland started down another, Kel caught his sleeve. Wait. His mind spun, torn between duty and panic, reason and fear. Letting the White London Antari out of his chains was one thing. Letting him out of Kel's sight was another. Holland looked down at the place where the younger Antari gripped him. Do you want to find her or not? Rye's voice echoed in Kel's head. Those warnings about the world beyond the city, the value of a black-eyed prince, an Antari. He'd told Kel what the Veskans thought of him and the Faurans, but he hadn't said enough about their own people, and Kel, fool that he was, hadn't thought about the risk of ransom, or worse, knowing Lila. Kel snarled but let go. Don't let me regret this, he said, taking off at a run. It's the end of part 7. Oh my god. Holland all on his own now. What the fuck is going on? Fuck, man. This chapter is going crazy now. But we're back to Lila, I guess. Is Holland a good guy now? It's still hard to say. It's a bit complicated. Lila sagged against the wall, gasping for breath. She was out of knives, and blood was running into her eye from a blow to the temple, and it hurt to breathe, but she was still on her feet. It would take more than that, she thought, shoving off the wall and stepping over the bodies of the 6 men now lying dead in the street. Yo! Wasn't he being... Yeah, the control has been broken. Yo, she killed them all? There was a hollow feeling in her veins, like she'd used up everything she had. The ground swayed beneath her, and she braced herself against the alley wall, leaving a smear of red as she went. One foot in front of the other, every breath a jagged tear, her pulse heavy in her ears. And then, something that wasn't her pulse. Footsteps. Someone was coming. Lila dragged her head up, racking her tired mind for a spell as the steps echoed against the alley walls. She heard a voice calling her name, somewhere far behind her, and turned just in time to watch someone drive a knife between her ribs. This is for Kaznov, snarled the 7th thief, forcing the weapon into the hilt. It tore through her chest and out her back. And for a moment, only a moment, she felt nothing but the warmth of the blood. But then, her body caught up, and the pain swallowed everything. Not the brisk pain of graced skin, but something deep, severing. The knife came free, and her legs folded beneath her. She tried to breathe, choked as blood rose in her throat, soaked her shirt. Get up, she thought as her body slumped to the ground. This isn't how I die, she thought. This isn't. She retched blood into the street. Something was wrong. It hurt. No. Kel. Get up. She tried to rise, slipped in something slick and warm. No, not like this. She closed her eyes, tried desperately to summon magic, but there wasn't any left. All she had was Kel's face, and Alucard, Baron's watch, a ship, the open sea, a chance at freedom. I'm not done. The vision slipped. Not like this. Her chest rattled. Get up! She was on her back now, the thief circling like a vulture. Above him, the sky was turning colors like a bruise. Like the sea before a... what? It's getting closer. Crouching down, burying a knee in her wounded chest. And she couldn't breathe. This wasn't how it happened, and... a blur of motion, quick as a knife, the edge of her sight, and the man was gone. The beginnings of a shout cut off. The distant sound of a weight hitting something solid. But Lila couldn't raise her head to see. Couldn't. The world narrowed, the light slipping from the sky. Then, blotted out altogether by the shadow kneeling over her. Pressing a hand over her ribs. Hold on, said a low voice as the world darkened. Then, over here, now! Another voice, stay with me. He was so cold. Stay! It was the last thing she heard. And that's the end of part 8. Please! Oh, fuck. Please, no. Not Lila. Out of all the characters. Please. Alright, part 9. This is the last part, and then it's only like 2 pages. Holland knelt over Lila's body. She was deathly pale, but had been quick enough. The spell had taken hold in time. He's one of the main characters, yeah. But he had been quick enough. The spell had taken hold in time. Kel was at Lila's other side, distraught, face pale under crimson curls, checking her wounds as if he doubted Holland's work. If he'd gotten there first, he could have healed her himself. Holland hadn't thought it wise to wait. And now, there were more pressing problems. He'd caught the slow-moving shadows flitting over the walls at the end of the alley. He rose to his feet. Stay with me, Kel was murmuring to Lila's bloody form, as if that would do any good. Stay with... How many blades do you have? Holland cut in. Kel's eyes never left Lila, but his fingers went to the sheath on his arm. 1. Holland rolled his eyes. Brilliant, he said, pressing his palms together. A gash he'd made in his hands wept a fresh line of red. Asnarahi, he murmured. Quicken. Magic flared at his command, and he moved with a speed he rarely showed, and had certainly never seen fit to show Kel. It was a hard piece of magic under any circumstances. And a grueling spell when done to oneself, but it was worth it as the world around him slowed. He became a blur, pale skin and gray cloak knifing through the dark. By the time the first man crouching on the roof above had drawn his knife, Holland was already behind him. The man looked wide-eyed at the place where his target had been, as Holland lifted his hands and, with an elegant motion, snapped the man's neck. Oh, shit. He's going flash mode now, okay. He let the limp body fall to the alley stones and followed quickly after, putting his back to Kel, who'd finally caught the scent of danger, as 3 more shadows, glinting with weapons, dropped from the sky. And just like that, their fight began. It didn't last long. Soon, 3 more bodies littered the ground, and the winter air around the 2 Antari surged with exhaustion and triumph. Blood ran from Kel's lip, and Holland's knuckles were raw, as they both lost their hats, but otherwise they were intact. It was strange, fighting beside Kel instead of against him. The resonance of their styles, so different but somehow in sync. Unnerving. "You've gotten better," he observed. "I had to," said Kel, wiping the blood from his knife before he sheathed it. Holland had the strange urge to say more, but Kel was already moving to Lila's side again as Alucard appeared at the mouth of the alley, a sword in one hand and a curl of ice in the other, clearly ready to join the fight. "You're late," said Holland. "Did I miss all the fun?" asked the magician. But when he saw Lila in Kel's arms, her limp body covered in blood, every trace of humor left his face. "No." "She'll live," said Holland. "What happened? Saints, Bard, can you hear me?" said Alucard as Kel took his clueless chant again, as if he were a spell, a prayer. "Stay with me." Holland leaned against the alley wall, suddenly tired. "Stay with me." He closed his eyes, memories rising like bile in his throat. "Stay with me." And that's the end of chapter 8. Wow. I guess at least we know Lila will live. How many chapters are there? I'm not sure. I can say though, we are now at page 400 out of 660. So we probably won't be finishing it today, but next week will be the last one. But holy fuck. What a good chapter. Chapter 7 was a really good build up for this chapter. Wow. All right. Well, as we usually do though, after a chapter end, we're gonna take a little break to I'm gonna get some fresh air, stretch a bit, rest my eyes, take a toilet break, get some snacks, whatever. All I'm gonna say is that the next chapter is called Trouble. Nothing else, just trouble. But with that, we're going into a break. We'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right, I'm back. All right. Ooh, getting a PC would be cool. Just keep in mind that, like, especially if you want to get a PC, for also like rendering animations and stuff fairly well, you'd need a a decently powerful one, and that's like at least 1,000. Like they can be pretty expensive. Hey, you got this, Gurgle. I just hope I get I can get a PS5 soon, so I can actually like do more stuff. I can actually play some games I really want to play. There's so many PS5 games that I want to play. Yeah, but like decent PCs nowadays, it's especially now I want to get a boyfriend. Damn. I mean, it would be nice being in a relationship again. Yeah, but like PCs, like decent PCs, at least are like I said, at least around 1,000 because graphics cards are just fairly pricey. It sounds about right for like half a year for that. You don't really spend it on anything else if you just save it all. Yeah, don't like make it look like my resume with like a 5-year gap now. Or something like that. So it's like a 4 or 5-year gap I have now. Not good. And even then, that last thing that's on there is me going to university for 1 semester, so that's not a lot. Ooh, Terraria is a good game. Yeah, and To be fair, I would say nowadays, like most of the PC, like if you get like a decently modern powered PC, you don't really need to upgrade until like years into advance, and then at that point you saved up a lot already again. If you continue with the part-time job, so you could just buy the parts if you need to in the next years after. That's the nice part about PC gaming compared to like console and stuff. You just like you just kind of have to buy new parts. You never have to like buy a full new PC. You're not that old, Slothy. Don't say that. That might be true. Oh, I can't comment on that, but I can comment on that you're not old. We're not that far apart from age, so you're old and I'm old. Young. Damn. All right. I'll leave then. Guess I won't step into your lawn ever. See how it is. All right then. How long is this chapter? Let's see. I think we can read this one more chapter, and then we can call it with the book. Like about 30 pages actually. And then we have about we'll see. Like we could probably do like one more chapter. And then I was thinking about switching to Genshin for a bit. Having like I think the Abyss reset should be coming up very, very soon for me. So there's that. So that's gonna be nice. But let's continue onward with the book. Hopefully Lila will be back in action soon. We're now at chapter 9. Oh. Okay. Are you guys ready? Guess we're getting some Tieran time again. Been a while. Hey, I'm trouble. Guess I like having trouble around me then. A Giorno theme in the sister's room. All right. Oh, nice. That to check on a few things here real quick. All right. Kieran Serenze had never been able to see the future. He could only see himself. That was the thing so many didn't understand about scrying. A man could not gaze into the stream of life, the heart of magic, and read it as if it were a book. The world spoke its own language, as indecipherable as the chirping of a bird, the rustling of leaves. A tongue meant not even for priests. It is an arrogant man that thinks himself a god. And an arrogant god, thought Kieran, looking to the window, that thinks himself a man. So when he poured the water into the basin, when he took up the vial of ink and tipped 3 drops of water, when he stared into the cloud that bloomed beneath the surface, he was not trying to see the future. He wasn't looking out at all, but in. A scrying dish, after all, was a mirror for one's mind, a way to look in at oneself, to pose questions that only the self could answer. Tonight, Kieran's questions revolved around Maxime Maresh, around the spell his king was weaving, and how far the Evanescent should let him go. Kieran Serense had served Nukil Maresh when he was king. He had watched his only son, Maxime grow, had stood beside him when he married Amira, and been there to usher Rai into the world, and Kel into the palace. He had spent his life serving this family. Now, he did not know how to save it. The ink spread through the basin, turning the water gray, and in the shudder of its surface, he felt the queen he saw before he saw her, a blush of cold in the room behind him. "I hope you won't mind, Your Majesty," he said softly. "I borrowed one of your bowls." She was standing there, folded across her front as if chilled, or guarding something fragile behind her ribs. Amira, who never confided in him, never sought out his waiting ear, no matter how many times he offered. Instead, he'd learned of her through Rai, through Maxime, through Kel. He'd learned of her through watching the world with those wide, dark eyes that never blinked for fear of missing something. Now, those wide, dark eyes went to the shallow bowl in between his hands. "What did you see?" "I see what all reflections show," he answered wearily. "Myself." Amira bit her lip, a gesture he'd seen Rai make 100 times. Her fingers tightened around her ribs. "What is Maxime doing?" "What he believes is right." "Aren't we all?" she whispered. Thin tears slid her cheeks, and she dashed them away with the back of her hand. It was only the second time he'd ever seen Amira cry. The first had been more than 20 years ago, when she was new to the palace. He'd found her in the courtyard, her back up against the winter tree, arms wrapped around herself as she were cold. Even though the rose away the summer was in bloom. 2 rows away the summer was in bloom. She stood perfectly still, save for the silent shudder of her chest. But he could see the storm behind her eyes, the strain in her jaw, and he remembered thinking then that she looked old for one so young. Not aged, but worn, weary from the weight of her own mind. Fears, after all, were heavy things. And whether or not Amira voiced them, Tyrion could feel them on the air, thick as rain right before it falls. She wouldn't tell him what was wrong, but a week later, Tyrion had heard the news, watched Maxime's face glow with pride while Amira stood at his side, steeling herself against the declaration as if it were a sentence. She was pregnant. Amira cleared her throat, eyes still trained on the clouded water. May I ask you something, Mr. Tyrion? Of course, Your Highness. Her gaze shifted toward him, 2 dark pools that hid their depth. What do you fear most? The question took him by surprise, but the answer rose to meet it. Emptiness, he said. And you, my queen? Her lips quirked into a sad smile. Everything, he said. So it feels. I do not believe that, said Tyrion gently. He thought. Lost, then? Tyrion curled a finger around his beard. Love and loss, he said, are like a ship and the sea. They rise together. The more we love, the more we have to lose. But the only way to avoid loss is to avoid love. And what a sad world that would be. And that's the end of part 1. I love that word, like that line from Tyrion at the end. I love that. Oh my god. That's so good. That's such a good quote. Oh my god. Ooh, okay. We have Lila back. Part 2. Lila opened her eyes. At first, all she saw was sky. That same bruised sunset she'd been staring at a moment before. Only the moment was gone, and the colors that had bled away, leaving a heavy blanket of night. The ground was cold beneath her but dry, a coat bunched up beneath her head. It shouldn't take this long, a voice was saying. Are you sure? She'll be fine. Her head spun, fingers drifting over her ribs to the place where the blade had gone in. Her shirt was sticky with blood, and she cringed reflexively, expecting pain. The memory of pain sang through her, but it was nothing but an echo. And when she took her testing breath, crisp air filled her lungs instead of blood. Fucking copper thieves, said a third voice. Should have killed them months ago. And stop pacing, Kel, you're making me dizzy. Lila closed her eyes and swallowed. When she blinked, vision sliding in and out of focus, Kel was kneeling over her. She looked up into his two-toned eyes and realized they weren't his eyes at all. One was black, the other emerald green. She's awake! Holland straightened, blood dripping from a gash along his palm. A copper tang still filled her mouth, and she rolled over and spit into the stones. onto the stones. Lila, said Kel. So much emotion in her name, and how could she ever have thought that cold, steady voice belonged to him? He crouched beside her, one hand beneath her back. She shivered at the sudden visceral memory of the blade scraping over bone jutting out beneath her shoulder blade, as he helped her sit up. I told you she'd be fine, said Holland, folding his arms. Still looks pretty rough, said Alucard. No offense, Bard. None taken, she said hoarsely. She looked up into their faces. Kel pale, Holland grim, Alucard tense, and knew it must have been a near thing. Leaning on Kel, she got to her feet. 10 copper thieves lay sprawled on the alley floor. Lila's hands shook as she took in the scene, and then kicked the nearest corpse as hard as she could, again and again and again, until Kel took her by the arms and pulled her in, the breath leaving her lungs in broken gasps, even though her chest was healed. I miscounted, she said into his shoulder. I thought they were 6. Kel brushed the tears from her cheek. She hadn't even realized she was crying. You were only at sea for 4 months, he said. How many enemies did you make? And Lila laughed, a small, jagged hiccup of a laugh as he pulled her closer. They stood there like that for a long moment, while Alucard and Holland walked among the dead, freeing Lila's knives from chests and legs and throats. And what have we learned from this bard? Asked the captain, wiping a blade on a corpse's chest. Lila looked down at the bodies of the men she'd once spared aboard the copper thief. Dead men can't hold grudges. They made their way back to the ship in silence, Kel's arm around her waist, though she no longer needed him for support. Holland walked in front with Alucard, and Lila kept her eyes on the back of his head. He hadn't had to do it. He could have let her bleed out in the streets. He could have stood and watched her die. That's what she would have done. She told herself that's what she would have done. It isn't enough, she thought. Doesn't matter. It doesn't make up for Baron, for Kel. For me, I haven't forgotten. Tuck, said Josta, as they made their way back up the dock. What happened to you? Rosenal, said Lila blandly. Tell me we're ready to sail, said Kel. Holland said nothing, but made his way straight toward the hold. Lila watched him go. Still don't trust you, he thought. As if he could feel the weight of her gaze, Holland glanced back over his shoulder. You do not know me, his gaze seemed to say. Do not know me at all. And that's the end of part 2. You need them for support? Yes. I need more Lila and Kel. Especially now. Please. I love them together. And they clearly, absolutely clearly care for each other. Like, a lot. She can do the scariest things. Yeah. But now Guess what, guys? We're going back to the flashback of Holland's past. With Vortalis. Oh boy. I've been thinking about the boy, said Vor. They were sitting at a low table in the king's room. He and Holland playing a round of Ost. It was a game of strategy and risk, and it was Vortalis' favorite way to unwind. But no one would play him anymore. The guards were tired of losing the game and their money, so Holland always ended up across the board. Which boy? He asked, rolling the chips in his palm. The messenger. It had been 2 years since that visit. 2 long years spent trying to rebuild a broken city, to carve a shelter in the storm. Trying, failing. Holland kept his voice even. What of it? Do you still have the coin? Asked Vor, even though they both knew he did. It sat in his pocket always, the metal worn from use. They did not speak of Holland's absences, of the times he disappeared, only to return smelling too sweetly of flowers instead of ash and stone. Holland never stayed, of course, and he was never gone long. He hated those visits, hated seeing what his world could have been, and yet he couldn't keep himself from going, from seeing, from knowing what was on the other side of the door. He couldn't look away. Why? He asked now. I think it's time to send a letter. Why now? Don't play the fool, said Vor, letting his chips fall to the table. It doesn't suit you. We both know the stores are thinning and the days grow shorter. I make laws and people break them. I make order and they turn them into chaos. He ran a hand through his hair, fingers snagging on the ring of steel. His usual poise faltered. With a snarl, he flung the crown across the room. No matter what I do, the hope is rotting, and I can hear the whispers starting in the streets. New blood, they call, and as if that will fix what is broken, as if shedding enough will bring the magic in this world to heal. And you would fix this with a letter, demanded Holland. I would fix it any way I can, countered Vor. Perhaps their world was once like ours, Holland. Perhaps they know a way to help. They're the ones who sealed us off. We live in splendor while we rot, and you would go begging? I would do anything if I thought it would truly help my world, snapped Vortalis. And so would you. That is why you're here beside me, not because you were my sword, not because you are my shield, not because you are my friend. You are here with me because we will both do whatever we can to keep our world alive. Holland looked hard at the king then. Hard. Took in the grey threading, his dark hair, the permanent furrow between his brows. He was still charming, still magnetic, still smiled when something delighted him, but the act now drew deep lines in his skin, and Holland knew the spells across Vor's hands weren't enough to bind the magic anymore. Holland set a chip on the board, as though they were still playing. I thought I was here to keep your head on your shoulders. Vortalis managed a strained laugh, a farce of humor. That too, he said, and then sobering. Listen to me, Holland. Of all the ways to die, only a fool chooses pride. A servant entered with a loaf of bread, a bottle of cash, a pile of thin cigars. Despite the crown, the castle, Vor was still a man of habit. He took up a tightly rolled paper, and Holland snapped his fingers, offering the flame. Vor sat back and examined the burning end of the paper. Why didn't you want to be king? I suppose I'm not arrogant enough. Vor chuckled. Maybe you're a wiser man than I am. He took a long drag. I'm beginning to think that thrones make tyrants of us all. He blew out the smoke and coughed. Holland frowned. The king smoked 10 times a day and never seemed to suffer for it. Are you well? Vor was already waving the question away, but as he leaned forward to pour himself a drink, he put too much weight on the table's edge and it upset. The ost chips raining down onto the stone floor as he fell. Vortalis! The king was still coughing, a deep, racking sound, clawing at his chest with both hands as Holland folded over him. On the floor nearby, the cigar still burned. Vor tried to speak but managed only blood. Kite, swore Holland as he clutched a shard of glass until it bit into his hand, blood welling as he tore open Vor's tunic and pressed his palm against the king's chest, and commanded him to heal. But the toxin had been too fast, the king's heart too slow. It wasn't working. Hold on, Vor. Holland splayed both hands against his friend's heaving chest. And he could feel the poison in his blood, because it wasn't poison after all, but 100 tiny slivers of spelt metal, tearing the king apart from within. No matter how fast Holland tried to heal the damage, the shards made more. Stay with me, the Antari ordered. With all the force of a spell, while he drew the metal shards free, his king's skin soaking first with sweat and then blood, as the metal slivers pierced vein and muscle and flesh before rising in a dark red mist in the air above Vor's chest. As Tanas, said Holland, closing his fist. The shards drew together into a cloud of steel before fusing back into a solid piece. Cursework scrawled along its surface. But it was too late. It was too late. Beneath the spelled steel, beneath Holland's hand, the king had gone still. Blood matted his front, flecked his beard, shone in his open, empty eyes. Ros Vortalis was dead. Holland staggered to his feet, the cursed steel falling from his fingers, landing among the abandoned ost chips. Didn't roll, but splashed softly into the pool of blood. Blood that already slicked Holland's hands, misted his skin. Guards, he said once, softly, and then raising his voice in a way he never did. Guards! The room was still. The castle too quiet. Holland called again, but no one came. Part of him knew why they weren't coming, but shock was singing in. Shock was singeing him, tangled up with grief, making him clumsy, slow. He forced himself up, turned from Vor's body, drawing the blade his king, his friend had given him the day they stood on the balcony, the day Vor became the winter king. The day Holland became his knight. Holland left his king and stormed through the doors into an eerily silent castle. He called out the guards again, but of course, they were already dead. Bodies slumped forward, and tables and against walls, halls empty and the world reduced to the drip, drip, drip of blood and wine on pale stone floors. It must have happened in minutes, seconds. The time it took to light a cigarette, to draw a breath, exhale a plume of cursed smoke. Holland didn't see the spell written on the floor, didn't feel the room slow around him until he'd crossed the line of magic. His body dragging suddenly as if through water instead of air. Somewhere, echoing off the castle walls, someone laughed. It was a laugh. So unlike Talia's, so unlike Vor's. No sweetness, no richness, no warmth. A laugh as cold and sharp as glass. Look, Athos, said the voice. I've caught a surprise. Holland tried to turn, dragging his body toward the sound, but he was too slow, and a knife came from behind. a barbed blade that sank deep into his thigh. Pain lit his mind like light as he staggered to one knee. A woman danced at the edges of his sight. White skin, white hair, eyes like ice. "Hello, pretty thing," she said, twisting the knife until Holland actually screamed. A sound that rang out through the too quiet castle, only to be cut off by a flash of silver, a slash of pain, a whip closing around his throat, stealing air, stealing everything. A swift tug, and Holland was forced forward, onto his hands and knees, his throat on fire. He couldn't breathe, couldn't speak, couldn't spell the blood now dripping to the floor beneath him. "Ah," said a second voice. "The infamous Holland." A pale shape strode forward, winding the handle of the whip around his fingers. "I was hoping you would survive." The figure stopped at the edge of the spell and sank onto his haunches in front of Holland's buckled form. Up close, his skin and hair were the same white as the woman's, his eyes the same frigid blue. "Now," said the man with a slow smile, "what to do with you?" Alox was dead. Halia was dead. Ortalis was dead. But Holland wasn't. He was strapped into a metal frame, his skin fever hot and his limbs splayed like a moth mid-flight. Blood dripped to the stone floor, a dark red pool beneath his feet. He could have cast 100 spells with all that blood. But his jaw was strapped shut. He'd woken with the vice around his head, teeth forced together so hard the only thing he could manage was a guttural sound, a groan, a sob of pain. Aethos Dane swam in his vision, those cold blue eyes and that curled mouth, a smile lurking beneath the surface like a fish under thin ice. "I want to hear your voice, Holland," said the man, sliding the knife under his skin. "Sing to me." The blade sank deeper, probing for nerves, biting into tendons, slipping between bones. Holland shuddered against the pain, but didn't scream. He never did. It was a small consolation in the end. Some quick silver hope that if he didn't break, Athos would give up and simply kill him. He didn't want to die, not in the beginning. For the first few hours, days, he'd fought back until the metal frame had cut into his skin, until the pool of blood was large enough to see himself in, until the pain became a blanket and his mind blurred, deprived of food, of sleep. "Pity," mused Athos when Holland made no sound. He turned to a table that held, among so many gruesome things, a bowl of ink, and dipped his blood-stained knife, coating the crimson steel black. Holland's stomach turned at the sight of it. Ink and blood. These were the stuff of curses. Athos returned to him and splayed a hand over Holland's ribs, clearly savoring the hitching breath, the stuttering heart, the smallest tells of terror. "You think you know," he said quietly, "what I have planned for you." He lifted the knife, brought it the tip to the pale, unbroken skin over Holland's heart, and smiled. "You have no idea." When it was done, Athos Dane took a step back to admire his work. "Hey, yo, there's a moth that just flew into my hand." I'm getting ambushed by a moth. 1 second. All right, I'm back. Moth has been caught. Damn. Mm-hmm. Ugh. Let's see. When it was done, Athos Dane took a step back to admire his work. Holland slumped in the metal frame, blood and ink spilling down his ruined chest. His head buzzed with magic, even though some vital part of him had been stripped away. No, not stripped away. Buried. Are you finished? The voice belonged to the other Dane. Holland dragged his head up. Astrid was standing in the doorway behind her brother, arms folded lazily across her front. Athos, with a sated smile, flicked his blade as if it were a brush. You cannot rush an artist. She clicked her tongue, that icy gaze raking over Holland's mutilated chest. As she drew near, boots clicking sharply over stone. Tell me, brother, she said, playing her cool fingers up Holland's arm. Do you think it wise to keep this pet? She traced a nail along his shoulder. He might bite. What good is a beast that cannot? Athos slid his knife along Holland's cheek, slicing the leather strap of the vise around his mouth. Pain sank through his jaw as it slackened, teeth aching. Air rushed into his lungs, but when he tried to speak, to some of the spells he'd kept ready on his tongue, they froze in his throat so suddenly he choked on them and nearly retched. One wrist came off of its cuff, and then another, and Holland staggered forward, his screaming limbs nearly buckling beneath the sudden weight while Athos and Astrid stood there, simply watching. He wanted to kill them both, wanted to, and could not. Athos had carved the lines of the curse one by one, sunk the rules of the spell into his skin with steel and ink. Holland had tried to close his mind to the magic, but it was already inside him, burning through his chest, driven like a spike through flesh and mind and soul. The chains of the spell were stiff, articulated things. They coiled through his head, weighed heavy as iron on every limb. Obey, they said. Not his mind, his heart. Oh, what the hell? No. Ad noises. We don't like ad noises. Oh wait, there's more ads. Ah! Not the German ads. Help. Okay, there we go. Hello, I want to quiet. There we go. The chains of the spell. Oh, there was stiff, articulated things. They coiled around his head, weighed heavy as iron around his every limb. Obey, they said, not to his mind, his heart. Only his hands, his lips. The command was written on his skin, threaded through his bones. Athos cocked his head and gestured absently. Kneel. When Holland made no motion to obey, a block of stone struck him in the shoulder. A sudden, vicious, invisible weight forcing him forward. He fought to keep his feet, and the binding spell crackled through his nerves, against his bones. His vision went white, and something too close to scream escaped his aching mouth before his legs finally folded, shins meeting the cold stone floor. Astrid clapped her hands once, pleased. Shall we test it? A sound, half curse, half cry, rang through the room as a man was dragged in. Hands bound behind his back. He was bloody, beaten, his face more broken than not. But Holland recognized him as one of Vor's. The man, staggered, was righted. The moment he saw Holland, something shifted in him. Fell, his mouth opened. Traitor! Cut his throat, instructed Athos. The words rippled through Holland's limbs. No, he said hoarsely. It was the first word he'd managed in days, and it was useless, his fingers moving even before his mind could register. Red blossomed at the man's throat, and he went down, his last words drowned in blood. Holland stared at his own hand, the knife's edge crimson. They left the body where it fell, and brought another in. No, snarled Holland at the sight of him. A boy from the kitchens, hardly 14, who looked at him with wide, uncertain eyes. Help, he begged. And they brought another, and another. One by one, Athos and Astrid paraded the remains of Vor's life before Holland, instructing him again and again to cut their throats. Every time he tries to fight the order, every time he failed. Every time he had to look them in their eyes and see the hatred, the betrayal, the anguished confusion before he cut them down. The bodies piled. Athos watched. Astrid grinned. Holland's hand moved in its puppet string, and his mind screamed until it finally lost its voice. And that's the end of part 3, the end of the flashback. Fucking hell. I mean, I knew the Dane twins were messed up, but to know now how they actually got a hold of Holland and what the fuck they did. Oh my god. I'm so glad they're dead. I'm so fucking glad they're dead. They deserve to die. All right, then. Part 4. Lila couldn't sleep. The fight kept spinning through her head. Dark alleys and sharp knives, her heart racing until she was sure the sound would wake Kel. Halfway through the night, she shoved up from the cot, crossed the tiny cabin in 2 short strides, and sank against the opposite wall, one blade resting on her knee, a small but familiar comfort. It was late, or early, that dense dark time before the first shreds of day, and cold in the cabin. She pulled her coat down from its hook and shrugged it on, shoving her free hand in her pocket for warmth. Her fingers brushed stone, silver, and she thought of Alucard's words. You'll need a token to enter, something valuable. She searched for meager possessions for something precious enough to buy her entrance. Where's the knife she'd taken from the Fletcher? With its serrated blade and knuckled hilt, And then the one she'd won from Leno's, with its hidden catch that split one blade into two. There was the bloodstained shard of white marble that had been once part of Astrid Dane's. Then fell asleep in the nap on the couch. Nice. I guess it was a long day for him as well. He needs some rest. That had once been part of Astrid Dane's face. And last, a warm and constant weight in the bottom of her pocket. There was Baron's timepiece. Her only tether to the world she'd left. The life she'd left. Lila knew, with bone-deep certainty, that the knives wouldn't be enough. That left her key to White London and her key to Grey. So cute, I'm gonna miss him. I'm sure, but I also you had such an amazing time with him. I'm absolutely certain, and you're gonna need a break as well. You did absolutely amazing. Proud of you hosting him for that long and being there. I left her key to White. Okay. She closed her eyes, clutching the two tokens until it hurt, knowing which was useless and which would buy her passage. Behind her eyes, she saw Baron's face the night she returned to the stone's throw, the smoke from the burning ship still rising at her back. Heard her own voice offering the stolen watch up as payment. She felt the heavy warmth of his hand as he closed her fingers over the timepiece. Told her to keep it. She'd left it behind though, the night she followed Kel, more a token of gratitude than anything. The only goodbye she could manage. But the watch had come back to her, at Holland's hands, stained with Baron's blood. It was part of her past now, and holding onto it wouldn't bring him back. Lila returned the tokens to her coat and let her head fall back against the cabin wall. It's past his bedtime. Yeah, it was... I loved hearing all the stories as well, Slothy. And all the pictures. It looked like a really, really good time. I'm glad I was able to help and give you that support. Of course you did. But yeah, I was glad I'm glad I was able to be a part of it and support you and give you some relief from all this stress and anxiety. That's what I'm here for. I can imagine. And I hope I was a good stress relief. Lila returned the tokens to her coat and let her head fall back against the cabin wall. On the cot, Kel shifted in his sleep. Overhead, the muffled sound of someone walking on the deck. Parents are worth it, absolutely. The gentle slosh of the sea, the rock of the ship. Her eyes were just drifting shut when she heard a short, pained gasp. She jerked forward, alert, but Kel was still asleep. Came again. She was on her feet, knife at the ready as she followed the sound across the narrow corridor to the cabin where they were keeping Holland. He was on his back on the cot, not chained, not even guarded, and dreaming. Badly, it seemed. His teeth were clenched, his chest rising and falling in a staccato way. His whole body shuddered, fingers digging into the thin blanket beneath him. His mouth opened, and a breath hitched in his throat. The nightmare racked him like a chill, but he never made a sound. Lying there, trapped within his dreams, Holland looked exposed. Lila stood, watching, and then she felt herself step into the room. The boards beneath her creaked, and Holland tensed in his sleep. Lila held her breath, hovering for an instant before she crossed the narrow space and reached out, and Holland shot forward, his fingers vicing around her wrist. Pain shot up Lila's arm. There was no electricity, no magic, only skin on skin and the grind of bones. His eyes were feverish as they found hers in the dark. "What do you think you're doing?" The words hissed out like wind through the crack. Lila pulled free. "You were having a bad dream," she snapped, rubbing her wrist. "I was going to wake you up." His eyes flicked to the knife in the other hand. She'd forgotten it was there. Forced herself to sheath it. Now that he was awake. Holland's face was a mask of calm, his stress betrayed only by the rivulet of sweat that slid down his temple, tracing a slow line along cheek and jaw. But his eyes followed her as she retreated to the doorway. "What?" he said, crossing her arms. "Afraid I'll kill you in your sleep?" "No." Lila watched him. "I haven't forgotten what you did." At that, Holland closed his eyes. "Neither have I." She hovered, unsure what to say, what to do, tethered by the inability to do either. He had a feeling Holland wasn't trying to sleep, wasn't trying to dismiss her either. He was giving her a chance to attack him, testing her resolve to not do it. It was tempting, and yet somehow it wasn't. And that angered her more than anything. Lila huffed and turned to go. "Did save your life," he said softly. He hesitated, turned back. "It was one time." The slight arcing of one brow, the only movement in his face. "Tell me, Delilah, how many times will it take?" She shook her head in disgust. "The man in the stone's throw," he said. "The one with the watch. The one whose throat you cut. He didn't deserve to die." "Most people don't," said Holland calmly. "Did you ever consider sparing his life?" "No." "Did you even hesitate before you killed him?" "No." "Why not?" she snarled, the air trembling with her anger. Holland held her gaze. "Because it was easier." Because if I stopped, I would think. And if I thought, I would remember. And if I remembered, I would... He swallowed, the smallest rise in his throat. "No, I did not hesitate. I cut his throat and added his death to the ones I count every day when I wake." His eyes hardened on her. "Now tell me, Delilah, how many lives have you ended? Do you know the number?" Lila started to answer and then stopped. The truth. The infuriating, maddening, sickening truth was that she didn't. Lila stormed back to her own cabin. She wanted to sleep, wanted to fight, wanted to quell the fear and anger rising in her throat like a scream, wanted to banish Holland's words, carve out the memory of the knife between her ribs, smother the terrible instant that reckless energy of danger turned to cold fear. She wanted to forget. Kel was halfway to his feet, coat in one hand, when she came in. Wanted to feel. There you are, he said, his hair mussed from sleep. I was just coming to look for it. Lila caught him by the shoulders and pressed her mouth against his. You. He finished the word, nothing but a breath between her lips. Kel returned the kiss, deepened it, the current of magic like a spark from her across her lips. And then his arms were folding around her, and in that small gesture she understood, felt it down to her bones, that draw, not the electric pulse of power, but the thing beneath it, the weight she'd never understood. In a world where everything rocked and swayed and fell away, this was solid ground. Safe. Her heart was beating against her own, against her ribs. Some primal part of her saying, run. And she was running, just not away. She was tired of running away. So she was running into Kel. And he caught her. His coat fell to the floor and they were half stepping, half stumbling back through the tiny room. They missed the bed, but found the wall. It wasn't that far, and when Lila's back met the hull of the ship, the whole thing seemed to rock beneath them, pressing Kel's body into hers. Okay. Again. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, wait, I'm reading ahead right now. It's going, it's getting worse. They're going into even more detail. Sorry. I don't like this book anymore. I'm just waiting, Slothy, are you here? Because I feel like she should not miss this. This is what we've been waiting for. No! Did you hear? Everybody be cool. Everybody act calm. I heard everything. Again, Slothy, or I had to poke her face the fuck out. Oh my god. Oh god, I can imagine. It's gonna continue though. I'm gonna finish this. Like we're gonna finish the chapter word for word. I don't care. However deep it's gonna go. You're in one ear. Oh god, imagine you'd have it on like full blast or something. Oh my god. What did I say now, huh? No speakerphone anymore. What did I say now, huh? Was it the deep line? I meant like how deeper into detail they go. It was full blast like 10 minutes ago. Oh god. Read only the words. All right, I guess we shall continue. I need to get the fuck to sleep. Parents. Someone really wants to listen to what's about to happen. It seems. Well, they're against the wall now. Or more like Kel is pressing Lila against the wall. There was no, there wasn't. In the first book, Kel was tied to Lila's bed at some point. But more of caution than passion. Because that was like when they first met. No, Kel cuffed her against the wall with the wood on the wall. Yeah. The foursome, yeah. I mean, the wall is now coming back. Oh my god, and it's well, apart from it's not a like in room wall. It's a it's a boat wall. Teddy boat wall, what the fuck? God damn, Slothy. Hey, you said it, not me. I have to bleed from fucking mind. I'm calm. I am calm. I'm waiting for you to get calm again. I'm fine. You want a hug? I'll give you a hug. Fucking straight jacket. I mean, if that's what you're into, I think I can organize one, right? I'm gonna make dinner. As long as you don't miss what's coming up now. Do whatever you gotta do, I guess. Don't worry about it, Gurgle. I'm listening. All right. Oh my god. Oh god. I'm reading ahead. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No! Are you kidding me? Do I clip this? I don't know, but it goes on for a bit, but something will happen. And if you want to clip it, go ahead. If you want to use it, I don't know. But let's continue. She gasped, less from the sudden weight than from the sense of him against her, one leg between hers. Her hand slid beneath his shirt with all the practiced grace of a thief. But this time, she wanted him to feel her touch, her palms gliding over his ribs around his back, fingertips digging into shoulder blades. Lila, he rasped into her ear as the ship righted, swung the other way, and they tumbled back onto the cot. She pulled his body down with hers, and he caught himself on his elbows, hovering over her. His lashes were strands of copper around his black and blue eyes. She'd never noticed before. She reached up and brushed the hair out of his face. It was soft, feathery, where the rest of him was sharp. His cheekbones scraped against her palm. His hips cut into hers. Their bodies sparked against each other, the energy electric across their skin. Cal, she said, the word between a whisper and a gasp. And then, the door burst open. Alucard stood in the doorway, soaking wet, as if he'd just been dumped into the sea. Or the sea had been dumped over him. Stop fucking with the ship! Kel and Lila stared at him in stunned silence, and then burst into laughter as the door slammed shut. wait. Oh, wait! Uh-oh. Oh god, it continues. They fell back against the cod, the laughter trailing off only to rise again out of the silence, full force. Lila laughed until her body ached, and even when she thought she was done, the sound came on like hiccups. Hush, Kel whispered in her hair, and that nearly set her off again as she rolled toward him on the narrow cot, squeezing in so she wouldn't fall off. He made room, one arm beneath his head, the other wrapped around her wrist, pulling her against him. He smelled like roses. She remembered thinking that the first time they met, and even now, with the salty sea and damp wood of the ship, she could smell it. The faint, fresh garden scent. That was his magic. Teach me the words, she whispered. He asked sleepily. The blood spells. She popped her head on her hand. I want to know them. Kel sighed in mock exhaustion. Now? Yes, now. She rolled onto her back, eyes trained on the wooden ceiling. What happened in Rosenau? I don't plan on letting it happen again, ever. Kel lifted himself onto one elbow above her. He looked down at her for a long, searching moment. And then, a mischievous grin flickered across his face. All right, he said. I'll teach you. His copper lashes sank low over his two-toned eyes. There's Astravas, to travel between worlds. She rolled her eyes. I know that one. He lowered himself a fraction, bringing his lips to her ear. And Astasin, he continued, breath warm, to move within a world. She felt a shiver of pleasure as his lips brushed her jaw. And Asasari, he murmured, to heal. His mouth found hers, stealing a kiss before he said, Astaro, to seal. And she would have let him linger there, but his mouth continued downward. Asperata, a breath against the base of her throat. Burn, his hands sliding beneath the fabric of her shirt. Oh my fucking god! Asanase, a blossom of heat between her breasts. To dispel. Above her navel, Asteno, one hand unlacing the ties of her slacks. To break. Guiding them off. Asorense, his teeth skimming her hip bone. Open. What the I thought we're in a magic adventure. Yeah, what the hell is going on right now? Um. Um. Uh. No, we're going. We're going. We're locked in. But I'm just like reading, like kind of skimming through it right now. And alright. Cal's mouth came to rest between her legs, and she arched against him. Fingers tangling in his auburn curls as he'd rolled through her. Sweat prickled across her skin. She blazed inside, and her breath grew ragged. One hand clenched into sheets over her head as something like magic rose inside her. A tide that swelled and swelled until she couldn't hold it in. Cal, she moaned as his kiss deepened. Her whole body trembled with the power, and when she finally let go, it crashed down in a wave at once electric and sublime. Lila collapsed back against the sheets with something between a laugh and a sigh. The whole cabin buzzing in the aftermath. The sheets singed where she'd gripped them. This is cool. Cal rose, fitting himself beside her once again. Is that a good enough lesson? He asked, his own breath still uneven. Oh my god, Kate! I mean, I guess they were also making a sense. I don't apologize. Nah, you're totally right with that, Kate. The book was so tame. You had like a few like kiss scenes or like making out scenes from time to time, but now they just went on full on just. I guess the author got a bit bored. They were like, "Yep, we're going all out this time." I hope this is not the rest of the book, just this. They still have to save London. Oh man, I want the story. Was that a good enough lesson? He asked, his own breath still uneven. Lila grinned and then rolled on top of him, straddling his waist. His eyes widened, his chest rising and falling beneath her. Well, she said, guiding his hands over his head. Let's see if I remember it all. Oh my fucking god! Sometimes I am glad, like, okay, they're not here but the room right now, but sometimes I am glad my parents don't understand English as well. They know a few words, but like, oh my god, imagine like my dad sometimes comes here over here just like to roll a cigarette or something and smoke. Because I'm in the living room, and the balcony's right here, so you go on the balcony and smoke. And like, just imagine me sitting here reading this out, and my dad just standing next to me and like hearing everything. Oh my fucking god. This is why I live alone. All right. I mean, the part is almost over of this chapter. Wait, wait, wait. Okay, it's because of something else. Okay. I wanted real magic, and then I want this kind of magic. Oh my fucking god. I did not expect this as well, by the way, guys. I am blind. I'm going into this blind as well. Like, I had no idea how raunchy it can get here. Okay. Oh, I'm going in. You're in it now. Oh, I'm not letting go. We're going. However long we need to. I got time. They lay pressed together in the narrow cot. Cal's arms looped around her. The heat of the moment was gone, replaced by a pleasant, steady warmth. His shirt was open, and she brought her fingertips to the scar over his heart, tracing the circles absently until his eyes drifted shut. Lila knew she wouldn't sleep. Not like this, body to body in the bed. She usually slept with her back to the wall. Usually slept with a knife on her knee. Usually slept alone. But soon, the ship was quiet, the small skiff rocking gently under current, and Cal's breathing was slow and even, his pulse a lulling beat against her skin. And for the first time in as long as she could remember, Lila felt well and truly and soundly asleep. And that's the end of the part. Wow. I did not expect that. This is not the answer, right? I mean, it helps with the symptoms, but it definitely is not the answer. I definitely unmuted at the wrong time. No, that was the perfect time. I don't know what you're talking about, Kate. Like, what the... Oh, man, this book... I mean, I'm happy that they finally actually, like, getting closer, but, like, the author didn't have to go into detail like that. I appreciate it, Kate. I hope the WoW session is going well. They're so young. Yeah, they're both, like, in their, like, just 20s. Isn't, like, Lila 19 and Kel, like, 20 or 21 or something? Wasn't it something like that? Like, they're young. They did it and not the full thing. I mean, at this point, I have to go to sleep, so I closed it now. Ah, no, all right. Well, I guess that was a good night. That was a great good night story, right, Kate? The best thing to hear right before you want to go to sleep. Literally rock the shit. 0 out of 10 realism. I mean, they are both Antari. They're strong magicians. They can bend the water on the ship. And, like, if your mind is occupied like that, shit can happen, you know? Your mind trails off. I don't know, though, why they had to I feel like it was mainly for like comic relief, but why they had to pull on the fucking Alucard shit in the middle of it. Like just imagine like the whole ship is rocking, you're like getting fucking swashed with the water, and then you literally just open the door, see them, say one thing, close it again, and just leave. Like what the fuck? That Alucard pot was a bit like, I feel like unnecessary. That was poorly timed comic relief in my opinion, but I don't know. I'd be pissed, but I wouldn't just storm in while they're still doing it. They were clearly still rocking the boat. They were still going at it. Like, let them finish and then say something. Be like, next time, try to not make the boat sway as much. And yo, well, the Kel is busy banging something else at this point. I don't think he cares. If I were a captain, I'd still have my priorities. I'd make them stop. Well, Alucard is not captain of that ship. And he's no longer Lila's captain. He's just a passenger with them on the same adventure. Jasta is the captain. Yeah, he's just cock-blocked. Yeah, he literally just cock-blocked. He's... I mean, to be fair, his boyfriend told him off as well. Like, I think he's a bit frustrated. Considering what Rai said before they left. He's not in the mood for it, but... I don't know about that. It's Kel and Alucard still don't get along, so I don't think that would have worked out. I mean, he could have gone to Holland. Holland also tried to go with Rai. Holland also kind of like used this like stuff for Rai with the power, with the amulet and stuff. Like Alucard and Holland, maybe new ship. Oh, the amulet from the first book, Slothy, when Rai was getting taken over by the twin, by the Dane, Astrid Dane. We need a new ship. The old one's broken. All right. So to be fair, when these scenes, they could have waited at the end of the book. When they're not on a ship. I mean, I guess it was a spur of the moment kind of thing. To be fair, now when I read the first line of the beginning of the next part of part 5, and I thought for a moment, oh, they're still going. Make a separate book of just those scenes. I should read this. Oh god. Maybe someone will buy that. I mean, sure. A lot of people will probably buy it. Horny sells. Read the trilogy if you want more. Damn. Why not? Got a whole book with just Kel and Lila. Maybe some Rai and Alucard action as well. Give us like the backstory of them two together. Go into detail there. Have some representation for all kinds of love. I'm gonna need you to improvise some things. Oh my god, no, I'm not gonna do that. Not on stream, not no. No. Damn, Slothy. Calm down there now, girl. I'm not there to help you out. I'm not gonna do it. No matter how many subs you give. No help, chat. I'd help you in other ways if I could. You good there, Slothy? Global warming because these two. I mean, it got so far as to Lila singeing the sheets, you know. I guess she got a bit fired up, literally. Destruction of property. Yeah. Add that to the rap sheet. All right, so let's continue with part 5. We're past the juicy bits now. We can continue with the actual plot. All right, but yeah, like the first the first line of the next chapter, I was actually thinking like, oh my god, are they still going? Because it's Alucard saying, or like, Sanct, muttered Alucard, it's getting worse. And I thought he meant like the ship is still rocking and shit. But I read a little bit ahead, and he's talking about the coffee. Because the coffee that the blind guy on the ship makes is absolutely horrible, and I guess it's gotten worse now. But I thought for a moment, when you come from that scene and the first thing you read is, it's getting worse. Especially from Alucard, after he stormed in. Like, you could have, the possibility was there that they're still going. The author was like, nah. We gotta continue with this now. This is now part of the book. This is integral story. This is an integral plot point now. Alright. He spit Elos's latest batch of Dawn coffee over the side of the ship. Jasta called out from the wheel, her words lost on the breeze. And he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and looked up to see the going waters take shape on the horizon. First only a specter and then slowly a ship. When he'd first set out for Maurice's infamous vessel, he'd done so expecting to find something like the port of Sasson Rouge or London's night market, only set at sea. Isferastras was neither. It was indeed a ship, or rather several, growing together like coral atop the crisp blue sea. Squares of canvas together, stretched here and dipped there, turning the network of decks and masts into something that resembled a nest of tents. The whole thing looked unstable, a house of cards waiting to fall, swaying and bobbing in the winter breeze. It had the worn air of something that had lasted a very long time, that only grew, not torn down and rebuilt by whim or by wind, but added to in layers like paint. There was a strange elegance to the madness, an order to the chaos, made more severe by the quiet shrouding the ship. There were no shouts from any of the decks, no layered voices echoing on the breeze. The whole affair sat silently atop the waves, a ramshackle estate bathing in the sun. It had been nearly 2 years since Alucard had last seen Maurice's craft, and the sight of it still left him strangely awed. Bard appeared beside him at the rail. She let out a low whistle, her eyes wide with the same hungry light. A low boat was already drawn up beside the floating market, and as the ghost slowed, Alucard could make out a man, skeletal thin and leathered by the sun and the sea, being escorted from Maris's ship. "Wait!" he was saying. "I paid my due. Let me keep looking. I'll find something else." But the men on his arms seemed oblivious to his pleas and protestations. As they heaved him bodily overboard, he fell several feet before landing on the deck of his own small craft, groaning in pain. "A word of advice," said Alucard lightly. "When Maurice says leave, you leave." "Don't worry," said Bard. "I'll be on my best behavior." It wasn't a comforting notion. As far as he could see, she only had one kind of behavior, and it usually ended with several dead bodies. In Jasta's hands, the ghost slowed, drawing up. How many chapters are I going to do? I think I'm just going to finish this chapter. We have like 10 pages left. In Jasta's hands, the ghost slowed, drawing up beside the Ferris straws. A plank was shifted into the place between the ghost and the brim of the floating market, which led into a covered platform with a simple wooden door. They crossed the plank one at a time. Jasta in the front, then Lila and Kel, with Alucard bringing up the rear. After an hour's disagreement, the decision was made to leave Holland behind with Hastra and Lenos. The remaining Antari was cuffed again, but some silent accord must have been struck between Holland and Kel, because he'd been granted freedom to move aboard the ship. Alucard had walked into the gallery that morning and seen the magician sitting at the narrow table holding a cup of tea. Now, Holland stood on the deck, leaning against the mast, in the shadow of the mainsail, arms crossed as much as his chains would allow, head tipped toward the sky. I gotta watch some JoJo to cleanse myself. I did not expect that book to go into that direction. "Do we knock?" asked Lila, grinning at Alucard. But before she could reach out and wrap her knuckles on the door. Oh my god, the Automat is still catching the bots? Let's make a deal. Hey, Eat. What's going on? Bro, do I have to can I turn off Automat at all? Like, completely? Because, like, I don't want the Automat to catch off the bots. I want the bots to get caught by my bot. It's off! Automat is off! What the fuck? For $5 and chicken nuggets. It's a compelling deal, Eat, but I might have to decline. I'm sorry. Alright. Do we knock? Asked Lila, grinning at Alucard. But before she could reach out and rap her knuckles on the door, it swung open, and a man stepped forward, dressed in trim white clothes. That, more than anything, made the scene surreal. Life at Sea was a painting done primarily in muted shades. The sun and salt leached color. The sweat and grime wore whites to gray. Oh my god, Slutty. Telegram. Yet the man stood in the midst of the sea spray and mid-morning light, spotless in his milk-colored slacks and spotless tunic. On his head, the man wore something between a headscarf and a helm. It circled his head and swept down over his brow and across his high cheeks. The gap between showed his eyes, which were the lightest shade of brown, fringed by long black lashes. He was lovely. He had always been lovely. Because you've doxed yourself here. Damn, Slothy. You might have to do that, yeah. At the side of Alucard, the figure cocked his head. I want to tell everyone Aw, you don't have to be shy. It's just your social security number. Oh my god. This is a joke, by the way. At the side of Alucard, the figure cocked his head. Didn't I just get rid of you? Good to see you too, Katros, he said cheerfully. The man's gaze swept past Alucard to the others, pausing an instant on each before he held out a tan hand. Your tokens. They gave them up. Jasta, a small metal sphere full of holes that whistled and whispered. Kel, a gray London coin. Lila, a silver watch. I'll take that too, Slothy. You can have a... The man's... No money, no money, no problems. Less money, less problems. Yeah, right. The man's... Okay, oh no, Lila is giving up her silver watch. And Alucard, the vial of Dreamsquick he picked up at Rosenall. Katros vanished behind the door, and the four stood in silence on the platform for several long minutes before he'd returned to let them in. Kel passed through the door first, vanishing into the shadowed space beyond, followed by Bard with her brisk, soundless steps, and then Jasta. But as the captain of the Ghost started forward, Katros blocked her way. Not this time, Jasta, he said evenly. The woman scowled. Why not? Katros shrugged. Maris chooses. My gift was good. Perhaps, was all he said. Jasta let out something that might have been a curse or merely a growl too low for Alucard to parse. They were roughly the same size, she and Katros, even counting the helm, and Alucard wondered what would happen if she tried to force her way through. He doubted it would end well for any of them, so he was relieved when she threw up her hands and skulked back onto the Ghost. Katras turned toward him, a wry smile knocked like an arrow on his lips. Alucard, he said, weighing the captain with those light eyes, and then at last, come in. Oh boy, they're inside the ship now. They're inside the market. Oh boy. Kel stepped in. Okay, now we're part 6. Kel stepped into the room and drew up a sword. He'd expected a contradiction of space, an interior as strange and mysterious as the ship's facade. Instead, he found a room roughly the same size of Alucard's cabin aboard the Night Spire, though far more cluttered. Cabinets bulged with trinkets, cases brimmed with books, and massive chests hugged every wall, some locked and others open, and one trembling as if something inside was both alive and wanted to get out. There were no windows, and with so much clutter, Kel would have expected the room to smell stuffy, moth-eaten. But he was surprised to find the air crisp and clear. The only scent, faint but pleasant one, like old paper. A broad table sat in the center of the room with a large white hound. Though really it looked less like a dog and more like a pile of books shoved under a shaggy rug, snoring gently beneath it. And there behind the table sat Marise, the king of the floating market, who turned out to be a queen. Marise was old as anyone Kel had ever seen. Her skin dark even by Arnesian standards, its surface cracked into 100 lines like tree bark. But like the sentry at the door, her clothing, a crisp white tunic laced to the throat, lacked even the smallest crease. Her long silver hair was pulled back off her weathered face and spilled between her shoulders in a narrow sheet of metal. She wore silver in both ears and on both hands, one of which had held their tokens, while the other curled its bony fingers around the silver head of a cane. Around her neck, along with 3 or 4 other silver chains, hung the inheritor. It was the size of a small scroll, just as Kieran had said. Not a cylinder exactly, but a thing of 6 or 8 sides. Couldn't tell from here. All short and flat and shaped to form a column, each facet intricately patterned and its base tapered to a spindle's point. When they were all there, all save Jasta, who'd apparently been turned back, Maurice cleared her throat.
A pocket watch, a coin, and a vial of sugar.
Her voice held none of the frailty of age. It was rich and low, scornful. I must admit I'm disappointed. Her gaze lifted, revealing eyes the color of sand. The watch isn't even spelt, though I do suppose that's half the charm. And is this blood? Well, that's half for you. That's the other half for you. Though I do enjoy an object with a story. As for the coin, yes, I can tell it's not from here, but rather worn out, isn't it? I want to play Genshin tomorrow. Then don't. As for the dreams, quick, Captain Emery, at least you remembered, needless as it is 2 years after the point. But I must say, I expected more from 2 Antari magicians and the victor of the Essentosh. Yes, I know, word does travel quick. And Alucard, I suppose I owe you congratulations, though I doubt you've had much to celebrate, with that the shadows looming over London. Oh, the wishes are killing my self-control. Tuesday. Just, you know, uninstall Genshin, then you don't have that issue anymore. Great problem solving. I know. All of this was said without a pause, or as far as Kel could tell, the need for breath. Break your phone? Yeah. But that wasn't what unnerved him most. How do you know about the state of London? Marissa's attention drifted toward him, and she began to answer, and then squinted. Ah, she said. It seems you found my old coat. Wait, what? Kel's hands rose defensively to his collar, but Maurice waved it away. If I wanted it back, I wouldn't have lost it. Thing's got a mind of its own. I think the spell work must be fraying. Still eating coins and spitting out lint? No, it must like you. Kel never got a word in edgewise. As Maurice seemed more than content to carry on her conversations without a partner. You wondered if the old woman was a little daft, but her pale eyes flicked from target to target with all the speed and accuracy of a well-thrown knife. Now that attention landed on Lila. Aren't you a trinket? Said Maurice. But I'm betting a devil to hold on to. As anyone told you, you've something in your eye. Her hand tipped, letting the tokens tumble roughly to the table. The watch must be yours, my darling traveler. It smells of ash and blood instead of flowers. It's the most precious thing I own, said Lila through gritted teeth. Owned, corrected Maurice. Oh, don't look at me like that, dearie. You gave it up. Her fingers tightened on the cane, eliciting a crackle of a ligament of bone. You must want something more. What brings a prince, a noble, and a stranger to my market? Have you come with a single price in mind, or are you here to browse? We only want... started Kel, but Alucard clapped a hand on his shoulder. To help our city, said the captain. Kel shot him a confused look, but had the sense to say nothing. You're right, Maurice, continued Alucard. A shadow has fallen over London, and nothing we have can stop it. The old woman rapped her nails on the table. And here I thought London wanted nothing to do with you, Master Emery. Alucard swallowed. Perhaps, he said, casting a dark look Kel's way. But I still care for it. Lila's attention was still leveled on Maurice. What are the rules? This is a black market, she said. There are no rules. This is a ship, countered Lila, and every ship has rules. The captain sets them, unless, of course, you're not the captain of the ship. Maurice flashed her teeth. I am captain, crew, merchant, and law. Everyone aboard works for me. They're family, aren't they? Said Lila. Stop talking, Bard, warned Alucard. The two men who threw the other overboard, they take after you. And the one guarding the door, Katros was it? Has your eyes. Perceptive, said Maurice, for a girl with only one of her own. The woman stood, and Kel expected to hear the creak and pop of old bones settling. Instead, he heard only a soft exhale, the rustle of cloth as it settled. The rules are simple enough. Your token buys you access to this market. It buys you nothing more. Everything aboard has a price, whether or not you elect to pay it. And I assume we can only choose one thing, said Lila. Kel recalled the man thrown overboard, the way he'd called out for another chance. You know, Miss Bard, there is such a thing as being sharp enough to cut yourself. Lila smiled, as if were a compliment. Lastly, continued Maurice with a pointed look her way, the market is warded 5 ways to summer against acts of magic and theft. I encourage you not to try and pocket anything before it's yours. It will not go well. With that, Maurice took her seat, opened a ledger, and began to write. They stood there, waiting for her to say more, or to excuse them, but after several uncomfortable moments during which the only sound was the rattling of one trunk, the slosh of the sea, and the scratch of a quill, Maurice's bony fingers drifted to a second door, set between 2 stacks of boxes. Why are you still here? He said, without looking up. And that was all the dismissal they got. Why are you even bothering with the ship? Asked Kel as soon as they were through the door. Maurice has the only thing we need. Which is the last thing you're going to tell her, snapped Alucard. The more you want something from someone, added Lila, the less they'll want to part with it. If Maurice finds out what we actually need, we'll lose what power we have to bargain. Hell crossed his arms and looked about to counter, but she pressed on. There are 3 of us, and only 1 inheritor, which means the 2 of you need to find something else to buy. Before either of the men could protest, she cut them off. Alucard can't ask for the inheritor back. You're the one who gave it to her. And Kel, no offense, but you tend to make people angry. Damn. Lila clapping now. Alright. Kel's brow furrowed. I don't see how that... Maurice is a thief, said Lila. And a bloody good one by the look of the ship. So she and I have something in common. Leave the inheritor to me. Resting bitch face. I mean, basically. And what are we supposed to do? Asked Kel, gesturing to himself and the captain. Alucard made a sweeping gesture across the market, the sapphire twinkling above his eye. Shop! And that's the end of part 6. We reached the last 2 pages. Part 7 is only 2 pages. Alright, part 7. Holland still hated being at sea. The dip and swell of the ship, the constant sense of imbalance. But moving around helped, somewhat. My favorite pandemic hobby. Yeah, wasting money. Woo! Woo! The manacles still emitted their dull, muffling pressure. But the air on deck was crisp and fresh. And if you closed his eyes, you could almost imagine he was somewhere else. Though where he'd be, Holland didn't really know. Wasting money is still my hobby. Oh my god, Slothy. Thank you for the 10 bits. His stomach panged, still hollowed out from his first hours abroad, and he reluctantly made his way back down into the hold. The old man, Elo, stood at the narrow counter in the gallery, rinsing potatoes and humming to himself. He didn't stop when Holland entered, didn't even soften his tune, just carried on as if he didn't know the magician was there. A bowl of apples sat in the center of the table, and Holland reached out, chains scraping to the wood. Still, the cook didn't move, so the gesture was pointed, thought Holland, turning to go. But his way was blocked. Jasta stood in the doorway, half a head taller than Holland, her dark eyes leveled on him. There was no kindness in that gaze and no sign of the others behind her. Holland frowned. That was fast. He trailed off at the sight of the blade in her hand, One manacled wrist leaned on the table, the apple in his other hand, a short length of chain between them. He'd lost the splinter he'd kept between metal and skin, but a paring knife sat on the counter nearby, its handle within reach. He didn't move toward it, not yet. It was a narrow room, and Elo was still washing and humming as if nothing were amiss, pointedly ignoring the rising tension. Jasta held her blade loosely, with a comfort that gave Holland pause. "Captain," he said carefully. Jasta looked down at her knife. "Oh, okay." So Jasta looked down at her knife. "My brother is dead," she said slowly. "Because of you. Half my crew is gone because of you." She stepped toward him. "My city is in peril because of you." He held his ground. She was close now, close enough to use the blade before he could stop her without things getting messy. "Perhaps 2 Antari will be enough," she said, bringing the tip of the knife to rest against his collar. Her gaze held his as she pressed down, testing, the knife sinking just enough to draw blood before the new voice echoed down the hall. Hastra, followed by Lenos, steps tumbling briskly down the stairs. "Perhaps," he said again, stepping back. "But I'm not willing to risk it." She turned and stormed out. Holland rocked against the counter, wiping the blood from his skin as Hastra and Lenos appeared, and Elo took up another song. And that's the end of the chapter. It's the end of chapter 9. Oh god, we don't even get a conclusion for the shopping stuff now if they get the inheritor. And yeah, she almost just fucking shanked Holland. Well, that's a nice cliffhanger, I guess, to end on and continue on next time. I think next time will be the rest of the book. Next week, we're probably gonna finish the book. Oh, I'm gonna be doing some Genshin for a bit now, I think. Abyss, reset and stuff. When are you going to finish it? It's usually every Sunday around the same time, Gurgle. I'll just switch to something low-key. Yeah, like I said, we're just doing some Genshin, just chilling, doing dailies, maybe try out the new Abyss. Yeah, 5 p.m. EST Sundays. All I'm gonna say now is that the chapter 10, the chapter we're gonna be starting on next week, is called Blood and Binding. But damn. I gotta say, this chapter was packed. The Lila fight, the fucking Lila and Kel scene. Holy shit. Oh, it was packing. It really was packing. Lila really packed that in. Yeah. You're not wrong. I mean, she's like 19, 20, so, and he's not even that much older, so they're fine. fine between them two. I still have to watch Cyberpunk Edge Runners at some point. All right, let me just change Genshin Impact, and we have Abyss reset time and chill. Done. I'm going to journal for a bit. I'm gonna be yelling about this. Yeah, please take the time you need, Slothy, to take care of yourself. Oh my god, now it wants me to fucking log back into my PSN account here. Are you kidding me? Thanks for a great reading stream. My head hurts every day. My head. Aww. I'm glad I can at least ease it a little bit, I guess. I'm gonna report this old guy and do nothing. Yeah. God, what's my password again? Oh my god. Okay, there we go. After like 10 attempts. I did it. Password to security doesn't even know it. Oh my god, Lily. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Now I have to... Oh my god, guys. You have to consider 3% of 300 bits. That's like 10% of 300 bits. That's like another 3 cent extra. That's like 3 bits extra. Should test this theory, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. I have to download a fucking update for the remote play here right now. I can't even say anything. I have to click things. I have to download an update. Stop it. Don't do this. Oh my god. I probably won't see the whole revenue anyway immediately because of well, Twitch being Twitch. But I guess if you guys want to test out that theory, I can't stop you. Oh shit! Okay. Wait, that starts a hype train because Twitch comes like it gives extra. Oh, like this is a limited time only. Oh my god! Thank you, Slothy, for the 350. What the fuck? Get 53 extra bits and 18 bonus bits. 35 and an 18 bonus. Damn. Consider it an advance on your beautiful birthday this year. I am scared of what you guys are going to be doing for my birthday. I am scared, guys. Oh God. I think it needs to be at least 100 bits for hype train stuff. But let's see. You're not so going. I don't think Yuki will come. I'm trying to think right now where it says like who already contributed, if there is something like that, but like more than 300. That won't count for the hype train though. I mean, 300 is okay right now, but like it won't count towards the hype train because you already contributed to it, and I think it has to be 3 different people. Lily started the first thing with 100, I think she gave, and then you with the 350. So now somebody else has to like gift a sub or cheer or cheer for the hype train. Yeah, I mean, if you just drop more, who am I to stop you at this point right now? Oh my god. You guys are crazy. Why are you throwing money at me? I ain't doing shit. Okay, black screen, so I have to close down, share the remote play again.